I'm the one who saves her. Hopefully my mouse seems to be working. Okay, everything seems to be working just fine. That's the way it should be. Besides, Mayuri is not smart enough to talk about time travel like that. I sit up and look around the room. She's right where I expected to find her. In front of the TV, watching Raynak, Kaguru DVD. On the screen, the Upa riding the Kakaru shoulder, screaming something unintelligible. I wish I had an Upa. Looking at her there, all spaced out. Yuri needs my protection. That dream was wrong. Chug a Dr. P and check my phone. No emails. Sent it her mail several hours ago just to make sure that he really isn't Suzaha's father. He hasn't replied yet. Incoming call from Ferris. Sarah, the other. This is Yuna Kiyama. Nyan, it's Ferris Nyan. Oh, it's you, Akiharu Ameko. Yeah, who's that? Yeah. I could have sworn her real name was Akiharu Ameko. Don't tell me. Could the email have changed that too? Ferris is Ferris, Nyan. I don't have any other names, Nyan. Yeah, right. Your true name is Ferris. My apologies. She is, of course, being her usual self. Well, what is it? Ferris is calling me. It might be about the IBM 5100. She did promise to help us find one. You've been too conspicuous, Nyan. The cat's out of the bag. And now you're trapped, Nyan. Ha. More of Ferris's usual nonsense. The fourth Guardian's King has awakened, Nyan. There's no escape, Nyan. Heh, is that so? If you think the four Guardian Kings can stop me, just wait and see. Akiba will be drowning in blood before nightfall. After the four Guardian Kings are the four Guardian Queens, and after that it is 8 devils and then the Black Angel 12 now. That many? What's going on in this town? You really stirred up a hornet's nest, Nya. I'm sorry, Kiyama, but it's checkmate, Nya. It's not over yet. If I can just acquire the item, I can turn the tide. If he's still not located in IBM 5100. Sorry, Nia. I have agents looking all over the world. Still no luck, Nia. Alright, so she has no progress to report. Please hurry. I'm running out of time. Okay, Nia. I'll tell you as soon as I find one. Until then, hold on to your 9 lives, Nia. Yeah, I can't die yet. I call. She hung up before I could finish. Damn it. That's why I hate talking to Ferris. Anyway, moving on. This time around, a search on IBM 5100 is going poorly. I should consider myself lucky for found one so easily the first time. And the 5100 is practically an urban legend. There are people like Mocha who spent months searching with no success. Last time it took me barely 3 days to reach the Asherbush sign, and almost as if something was guiding me there. It was fate. No, it was the choice of Steins Gate. Why his loss is so painful. I guess that's why they call it the Phantom PC. Tara is sitting at his computer like, alright. Heard on the ad channel that some collectors pay millions of yen to buy one. IBM 5100s are serious business, man. They have that high a premium. People must know their secret. They are after the data in CERN's mainframe. I don't get it. How come they're so expensive? I mean, I guess they were pretty expensive to begin with. Looks like one cost about 20,000 yen back in the day. Oh, that's $20,000. $20,000, that is expensive. 2,000 yen is about 200 bucks. Anyway, can't believe it's so hard to find one. Sure is a nice machine for its time, but only for its time. You'd have to be crazy to want one now. Maybe it's one guy buying them all up. The harder something is to obtain, the stronger the desire for it becomes. That's how people are. That's exactly how I feel now. In the depths of CERN, completely isolated from the outside, lies a database coded with the IBM 5100. What secrets are lying there? Could it contain the data from CERN's time machine research? Could there be proof that that committee of 300 exists? There now grows stronger by the day. It's not about to plunge the world into chaos anymore. need the power to oppose CERN's evil ambitions. And there's that threatening email to consider. Terry was confident CERN won't find us, but I can't afford to take it for granted. After all, we are up against the brightest minds in the world, the scientists who invented the World Wide Web. We're backed by a secret organization more powerful than any nation. We're way out of our league here. They have no trouble at all crushing our puny lab if they desire. That's why we need a trump card to hold against them. But without an IBM 5100, we can't move forward. I'm getting restless. Oh, what's this? Tyler suddenly lurches forward to stare at his monitor. What's wrong? But there's no way that's right. What are you talking about? Explain. I'm pulling out the data off the server, looking for a way to gain root access. There's these files downloading crazy fast. I mean, we're talking latent speed here. It's hard to believe, but for some reason this area has a direct fiber optic line to CERN. Several lines even. Direct, what do you mean? I mean, there's literally a fiber optic cable running from underneath this building to the CERN headquarters in France. Is that strange? Yeah. Harry calls up the National Assembly of France's website. He rings up the command prompt and hammers out some commands. Hey look, this is the route we use to visit the National Assembly of France's site. Starts from our IP address. It passes through various relays and jumps to France and bounces around for a while before it finally reaches the National Assembly site. Takes 16 steps total to get there. The average transfer rate is about 300 milliseconds. That's normal for an overseas connection. In other words, there's a route we have to take to get to France from Japan. Everyone takes the same route. The country is the same, even browsing domestically takes 10 steps. Now let's try CERN. Tyler calls up the CERN homepage on his browser. They need to phase a route like last time. The result? It's only one step. Only before the signal doesn't pass through any intermediate servers. PCs you're using. Register name is PC. connected directly to CERN in France. The transfer rate is 100 times better than usual. Crazy fast. You can't even get these numbers domestically, man. Why do we have a direct line? Is that even possible? It's like this when we found it. I didn't do anything. So the building already has a hotline to CERN. This can't be a coincidence. It might just be a choice of sign. Doesn't make sense. Why would there be an independent line running from here all the way to CERN? Carter was so excited he interrupted me. No Japanese or French telecommunication company would ever set up something like this, which means CERN did it themselves. Carter loves the nod. Cool sweat oozes from his brow. Feel a chill as well. CERN might be able to see everything we're doing. No, maybe. Maybe CERN has been expecting us for years. How could that be? The answer is simple. Ontario claims that CERN's completed their time machine in 2034. Just 2 years later, the world is a dystopia under their rule. Maybe CERN of 2034 considers our opposition in 2010 a threat. Press run key again. There we go. Maybe they use their time machine to travel to 2000 and install a fiber optic cable to track our every move. It's entirely possible. Has the invention of the time machine started an intertemporal war? If so, what can we do? Our enemy might be stronger than we can imagine. No, I mustn't lose heart. Need to think positive. Thanks to this direct line, you can now control the LHC remotely. Figured out how? Wow, that's amazing, Daru-kun. Mary processes her DVD and comes up beside me. That connection, you can control the LHC practically in real time. I haven't even tried it yet though. That's right, if there's some kind of CERN trap, I might be able to make use of it. They're still vulnerable to our attack. LHC is a 20... LHC is that 20-kilometer tunnel thing, right? What does it do again? It accelerates protons and then smashes them together. Hydrate! Thanks, Mag, for the hydrate. Oh yeah, mini black holes, right? Meteorite coming out. The official line is that many black holes might manifest as a byproduct of the particle collisions, but that's not the truth. According to the top secret documents we found at the LHC, it was intended to create black holes from the very beginning. But we still don't know exactly how they do it. You need to think of a way to go back. Kirsten suddenly emerges from the development room. She was cooped up in all morning. Expression is unusually grave. What's wrong? Figured it out. Figured what out? I think I know how the phone wave works. Really? Kirsten smiles, but she still hasn't smiled. Keep in mind, this is a hypothesis based on what we've observed. It's closely related to what you guys were just talking about, the LHC. I believe it was you, Christina, who called the LHC the world's largest microwave. Yes, exactly. My hunch was right. You created a monster, Okabe. Monster? Doesn't belong in some amateur lab, and before you take that as an endorsement of your abilities, I mean that in a bad way. Kirsten clutches her arms as if to keep from trembling. Give me more details. Did you know that the microwave oven was invented as a byproduct of radar research? Dara and I nod. Mayuri shakes her head. We read up back when the phone wave, named subject to change, started acting weird. Microwaves are electromagnetic waves with a frequency of 2.45 gigahertz. The phone wave, commercial grade, has an output of around 1500 to 2000 watts. Here's the important part. Chris is going to explain the electromagnetic wave output by the microwave somehow connected the electromagnetic wave and the output by the phone. In fact, you can say they fuse together. According to Tara's blueprints, the microwave and the telephone are made to send out shared electromagnetic waves by taking their leads. Hardwiring each item to the magnetotron, cathode and anode. On the other hand, we have microwave super strong electromagnetic waves, originally a byproduct of military research into their radar technology. On the other hand, we have cell phone standardized electromagnetic waves, frequency now unambiguous throughout the world. So what happens when you fuse those two waves? Those devices use electromagnetic waves. I'm not a specialist, though I can't examine the extent or the magnitude of the influence of the fusion has. I'm going to take a quick break. Be right back. I am back. Ah.
仮に携帯電話を踏み台にして周囲何百キロっていう広範囲に影響を及ぼすような軍事用電磁波がまき散らされたとするの。
Hypothetically, if the cell phone were to become a stepping stone, scattering the military-grade electromagnetic waves over a vast range of hundreds of kilometers.
東京が丸ごと電子レンジの中と同じ状態になる。
Then not just Akihabara, but all of Tokyo would turn into an inside of a microwave oven.
中にいる人が死に至るまでの時間は体重差にもよるけど平均しておよそ
Taking that into account, slight variations due to body weight, average time until death for people inside would be 3 minutes. Yeah? Seriously, isn't the phone wave a weapon of mass destruction, isn't it? Is it really that powerful?
あの電話レンジの中で起きてることを教えてあげるわ。
Let me tell you what happens inside the phone wave.
レンジ内の目に見えない水素に対し電磁波のエネルギー順位が上昇する。これは通常の電子レンジの機能。
Here inside the oven is a full of invisible hydrogen atoms. First, it bombards the atoms with microwaves to increase their energy potential. This is a normal function of a microwave
そこ
oven.
に携帯電話の拡散型電磁波が加わることによって
Then you add the electromagnetic wave from the
レンジ
phone,
内のあ 返すごとに質量を増していって高速に近い円運動を始める。
Automatic triggers a chain reaction. The particles collide repeatedly at near light speed, gaining a massive energy each
それ
time.
はいわば加速器のようなもの。
In other words, it becomes a sort of particle accelerator.
加速器
Particle accelerator. It's literally the same as the LHC.
じゃあ LHC がミニブラックホールを生成するために作られたのは
So if the LHC was created to generate many black holes,
やはりこの電話レンジがミニブラックホールを生み出している
then the phone wave, name subject to change, must also be producing mini black holes, even minier black holes. It could say micro black holes from the microwave. Seriously doesn't deny it.
こんなに安定して動作しているのは奇跡。
It's also a miracle that that thing's been so stable.
ただまだわからない点があって、
There's still one thing I don't
ミニ
understand.
ブラックホールが生成されたとしてもそれは一瞬で蒸発してしまうはずなの。
Even if it does produce many black holes, they should evaporate instantly.
でもこの電話レンジはどうやらそうじゃない。バナナや唐揚げ
That's not what happens in the phone wave.
それは明らか。
Jellification phenomenon proves that.
LHC と同じようにミニブラックホールはカーブラックホールに変化している。
Just like the LHC, our many black holes are turning into curved black holes.
タイターの理論によればミニブラックホールにカーブラックホール効果を生み出すためには
According to Kerr, you have to inject electrons to produce the Kerr black holes effect.
その注入される電子がどこから来ているのか、それがわからない。
Where do the injection electrons come from? And what I don't understand.
LHC はリフターによってブラックホールに電子を注入して重力場をコン
The
トロール
LHC uses something called a lifter to inject electrons into the black hole and control gravitational field.
リフターに代替するものがこの電話レンジのどこかにある。
Something is filling the role inside the phone wave. Something.
だからわからないの。
Like I said, I don't know what. So I guess that's what it comes down to. It's easy to pretend to be someone you're not. Ultimately, however, there's no escaping the contradiction between your false self and the real you. It's a paradox, and paradoxes can't hold. I tried to tell myself that I didn't need anyone, that forming a bond would only hurt, but somehow I ended up joining your circle of friends. I still don't know if that was for the best. No, I'm sure of it. I'm sure it was. Without you, I would have given up finding my dad. I don't know why I wrote all this. I guess I'm trying to say thanks. Very confession now. Be careful and assume you expose your innermost feelings. They may use them against you. I send that. Hawker explanation does is confirm our hypothesis that the foam wave name subject to change functions the same as the LHC. The Hydrogen Collider.
LHC で復習
Looks like we need to review what the LHC is. It's time for our LHC Moe guy to shine. LHC stands for Large Hadron Collider. Has
素
draw.
粒子の名前
Its name is elementary particle. LHC is basically a huge circular tunnel underneath Switzerland and France. It's at 100 meters below ground, has a total of 27. Has a total length of 27 kilometers. Two rings that run through the tunnel. Inside the ring is a large, super low temperature vacuum. Environments like outer space, basically Sirius Moe. In an adjacent facility, protons are gradually accelerated by the linear accelerator. Proton synchrotron booster and the super proton synchrotron. Finally, they were introduction into their LHC. They will undergo their final acceleration via a series of superconductive magnets installed in the tunnel. By now, they're traveling up to 99.99991% the speed of light. So very close to 100%. That's enough to melt your brain. Not as dangerous as a foam wave, though. Finally, the accelerated protons collide approximately 1 to 10 billion times per second. Purpose of the LHC project is to study high energy reactions that result, so they say. We know there are a bunch of stinking liars. I guess that about covers it.
そこでラボ面諸君に聞きたい。我が電話レンジカッコ仮によってセルンを出し抜き物理的タイムトラベルは可能かどうか。
That, my fellow lab members, brings us to the question: can foam wave, name subject to change, beat CERN to true physical time travel?
問題は2点ある。局所バス停とリフター。
Two problems. One, setting the destination. Two, the lifter.
局所バス停については前も言った通りだ。D メールはきちんと指定先に届いている。
Already established that the email arrives precisely when and where it's supposed to.
検証もなしに結論を出すのは危険よ。
Dangerous to accept that without verification. Agreed.
リフターの代わりを担っているものについてはすでにあ
As for the lifter, we already know it exists.
何かを見つければいいだけの話。
Just need to figure out what it is.
見つけられるとは思えない。この小さな電子レンジ
I
の
don't
中
think we're gonna find it. The phone wave is not
何日も
exactly
調べまくっ
big.
ているけどヒントさえ
You
ない
know,
な。
we've been poking at this for days without turning up a clue.
もし仮に見つけ出したとしても注入する電子量の調整にはさらに膨大な時間がいる。
Even if we find it, it takes forever to learn how to tune the electron feed properly. How long is
でも
forever?
9年をかけても解決できていない。
Someone's been working on this for 9 years and they still haven't solved it. We're just amateurs, so it's bound to take even longer. Yeah, no faith in the independent freaking scientists, huh? Wait, I have an idea.
発想を逆転させてみよう。
Let's look at this from a
セ
different
ル
angle.
は人間を物理的にタイムトラベルさせようとしたが、注入電子量の調整がうまくいかず、得意点を裸にできている。
Soon try to send people back in time. They couldn't get the electrons' speed right. Singularities were not naked.
それはこの電話レンジカッコ仮も同じことだ。
Same with phone waves, name subject change.
無事に送れるデータ量は
You can only send 36 kilobytes data safely. In other words, you get a jelly man.
逆に考える。
Let's consider the problem in reverse.
一人の人間を丸ごとデータ化し、それを36バイトプラスアルファまで圧縮してしまえばいいと考える。
What if we convert the human to data and then compress this data into just 36 bytes?
そうすれば D メールと同じようにリング得意点を
Send that person back. So the ring singularity might just email. Couldn't we? Convert a human to data? It's not even possible, man. And even if it were, there'd be like extra bytes of data or something. You want to compress that all into 36 bytes. Are you high?
いいアイデアだと思ったんだが。
I thought it was a good idea. Guess it's not that easy. The barriers to time travel are just too high. Trying to get a meeting to ask your opinion, and I realize your expression has changed dramatically. Your eyes are eyed saucers, your mouth is hanging open.
そうか。それなら
Of course, if it works, then maybe. She paused for a second time,
で
then
きるかもしれない。
maybe we can do it. Do what? Time travel. It's hard to believe what Kirsty was saying, even though it was my idea in the first place.
本気で言っているのか。
Are you serious? Kirsty grins triumphantly in
少なく
response.
ともデータ容量の超圧縮については簡単
Data compression part, at least, is easy.
LHC で作ったブラックホールを利用すればいい。
You can just use the black hole.
飲み込んだあらゆるものを超圧縮してしまうんだから。
You can just use the black hole created by the LHC, since black hole compression is everything they swallow.
圧縮するものが単なるデータなら人間みたいに潰されることで命が失われることもない。
It won't harm the data like it would harm a human. As long as we're just sending data, there's nothing to worry about. I get it. Wait, can we really pull off such a scheme? And besides,
人間のデータ化についてはどうするつもりだ？
how do you plan on converting humans into data?
サイエンス誌に私の論文が載ったっていうことは知ってるわよね。
You know that I got my you know that my thesis got published, right?
なぜいきなり自慢を発表する？
No time to flaunt your accomplishments.
その論文を読んだことは？
Have you read it? I haven't. I got scans if you want to read it. Tara opens up his image folder, scrolls past UD form, and opens up a scanned image. Here's your name. Big English letters.
論文のタイトルは？
The title of my thesis
側頭
is
葉に蓄積された記憶に関する神経パルス信号の解析。
Analysis of memory-related nerve impulses in the temporal lobe.
側頭葉？
Temporal lobe, nerve impulses. What, you didn't know?
いや待て、からかうのはまずい。このタイトルは
No, wait, this can't be right.
物理学
Title sounds like neuroscience, not physics.
脳科学専攻ですけど何か？
I'm a neuroscientist. Got a problem? Big stretch. What? I can't believe it. The way she talked about particle accelerators and time travel theory, I was sure she would be a physicist.
それはまあいいとして。それと
I forget about that. How is she related to time travel?
人間丸ごとのデータ化は無理でも、
Converting an entire human to data is
人間
impossible,
の記憶丸ごとのデータ化なら可能っていうこと。
but converting a human's memories may be possible. Converting memories to data. Kirisu proceeded to explain her theory, her thesis. Memories accumulate into something called parahippocampal parahippocampal gyrus or hippocampus. We all know that memories are stored in your hippocampus, but parahippocampal gyrus. Which is located in the temporal lobe of the brain. But what exactly are memories? Here's his thesis analysis. A question from neuroscientific perspective. Although the brain functions manifest as electronic signals running through its neurons, even memories are written to the hippocampus by electrical signals. Here's the analysis of how specific electric signals corresponding to signals memory. Corresponding to specific memories. Can't speak. The mechanism by which the human recall memory can be likened to a word association game. We begin with vague, abstract images, which are called successive images of increasing clarity. And chest of drawers. Each drawer is filled with tiny boxes, and inside each of the box is another bunch of tiny boxes. Keep opening boxes until you find the memory that you're looking for. Little boxes. Kirisu discovered that the numbers of retrieval commands, nerve impulses, used to search up memories, surprisingly low. Out of the hundreds of millions of nerve impulses patterns in the brain, only a few of the thousands are related to memory. I gotta check something real quick. Alright, I'm back. A successful analysis of these patterns that earned Kirisu and her research team critical acclaim in the scientific community.
全然関係なさそうだけど、もう一つあるの。
And before you ask how this relates to time travel, one more thing I need to explain.
私の通ってる大学、ビクトル・コンドリア大学の精神生理学研究所がビジュアルリビルディング、略して VR 技術っていうのを何年か前に開発した。
It's pretty much what's happening with Guillermo in reading Steiner. 3 years ago, my lab, the neurophysiologic lab at Victor Condoria University, developed a technology called visual rebuilding, or VR for short.
簡単に説明すると、
Visual rebuilding is using the same acronym as virtual reality, and that's going to be kind of really wacky. But it's simple. It enables conversion of video data into nerve impulse signals. Used in reverse, you can almost convert a nerve impulse into video data or any other kind of electronic data. So if we combine VR technology with my research, you see where I'm going? No way. We can convert memories into data. Not just that, memory transplantation, backup, external storage, and all those things become possible. It's like science fiction. In a sense, this technology could be used to copy a person's soul. I don't know, do you think that the soul is in memories? Do you think that what a person's soul is built upon the memories that they gain, acquire, and move? I mean, does the soul change? Is my soul the same as it was when I was, 10 years old? I don't think mapping memory is either cloning or capturing a person's soul. It's exactly what it is. It's just capturing memory. On the other hand, the medical community is ecstatic about the possibility. I mean, yeah, it could possibly cure Alzheimer's and most types of dementia. Basically by giving a transplantation of older memories back into, the ones that got destroyed, put those back into somebody's head. Or somebody has severe brain damage to their frontal lobe, and especially damage to their hippocampus, and once repaired, they can bring back the memories that they once had, which also could bring back how they learned how to do things. Instead of having extensive memory training, learning exercises, the people who have the types of damage, whether chemical, viral, or physical, they could repair. And then there's the theft of the memories as well. Transplanting it from one person to another to basically steal their information, steal who they are. Or she did. She had a university supporting her, but still. I don't think that it's possible that once a person dies, is it possible to transfer memories. I think the memories die with the person once the brain stops functioning. And there might be a time period of when it's not revivable. Something to think about. So I see what you're saying is that we convert the subject's memory into video data. Use the LHC black hole to compress that data into 36 bytes. Send that data to a pure black hole inside the phone wave named subject to change. Finally, imprint those memories on the subject's brain in the past. What does that mean? We can send our memories back in time. In order to differentiate it from physical time travel, let's call it a time leap for now. So you don't go back, just your memories. It's so crazy that nobody's thought of it before. Nobody's thought of it before because we don't know how to map. We don't know how to really convert memories into data. That is Kirisu's, who's a fictional character thing. That's the reason why nobody's thought of it before. And also, the phone wave named subject to change does not exist. I think it's CRISPR that allows us to clone things. Yeah, I don't think the CRISPR that can clone things can actually store people's memories. She's right, the idea is so ridiculous. Oh, why nobody at CERN. That's the idea. The problem is that, of course, CERN wouldn't think about that because what CERN wants to do is a physical transfer of a human being. Union physical neuroscience and neural physiology to make it the impossible possible. Transfer memories to the past via cell phone to time leap. One thing to remember is only the memories are being transferred. Personality, consciousness aren't included. What does that mean? How does it differentiate from what you see in sci-fi novels? Time leaping in sci-fi usually sends everything: consciousness, personality, and memory. In real life, there's probably too much data besides the only analyzed memories. Think of consciousness, personality, and memories as separate things. Memories are like video data stored on your computer. Consciousness and personality are like the OS, stored on your computer, but as a different file, and it was known as an active file. The videos can take up way more space than the OS. It's just an example. For starters, it's not clear what personality and consciousness are located and how they were
だからそれを
constructed.
データ化して移植するのは少なくとも私には無理。
So we convert them into data, or at least I can't.
記憶だけでもどんなデメリットが予想される？
We can only send memories. Where does that leave us?
パーソナリティは記憶だけで形成されるわけじゃない。だから記憶を転送しても
Ah,
転送先の
as I said earlier about
人格
memory.
に依存する。
Memories aren't the only thing that define you. Even if you send your memories to the past, it will receive in your consciousness, your personality, to process them. Some indoors terms. It's like copying data from a Vista computer to an M95 computer. Oh, one again.
最新の OS で作られたデータが旧式の OS でちゃんと動作するかはわからないわけ。
Data created with the latest OS might not work with on an older OS. Might cause errors.
それに例えば小学生の頃の自分に今の記憶を転送した場合、記憶と肉体のギャップのせい
For
で
example,
精神的な障害が起きるかもしれない。
if you send your current memories to yourself in elementary school, the gap between your memories and your body could have had serious consequences.
いずれにせよ過去の自分の体に転送することが前提条件で
Anyway, it's correct to assume we'll be targeting ourselves in the past. Curiosity nods at the
E メ
question.
ールと同じように携帯電話を介して行われる跳躍だから。
Just like emails, we're using cell phones as a transfer
正
medium.
確に言うと過去の自分の体でなおかつ携帯を持っている時
To be
点で
precise,
跳躍できないと
you
思う。
can only leap into your own body only if you had a cell phone at the time of the reception. There was an exception in the girl's case where we sent the email to a pager. That does not apply to time leaping.
それに飛ばされた先が同一人物じゃないと、例えれば電気信
Try
号が
sending
マッ
memories
チングせず
to
に弾かれてし
someone
まう。
else's, how do I put that? There's a danger that electric signal might be rejected. Wouldn't want to jump into someone else's body. I mean, unless it's the body of a cute girl, hee hee. This guy capable of non-perverted thoughts.
へいへいじゃないわよ、バカ。
Don't not hee hee me, you idiot.
弾かれるだけならいいけど、もしかすると深刻な人格障害まで起きる恐れがあるのよ。
If it just bounces off, that's fine, but I'm worried incompatible memory data might do some serious damage to your recipient's psyche.
どんな結果になるかわからない。人類初の試みだから。
I don't know what might happen. No one's done it before, after all. That makes us pioneers. I like it.
はっきりしているのは、自分が生まれる以前へは絶対に行けないということ。自分が二人同時に存在することは
Two things I do know. One, you definitely cannot go back before you were born. Two, you won't exist two places at once.
タイムパラドックスが発生する心配はない。自分が生まれる前に親を殺すことはできないの。
Means you don't have to worry about causing a paradox, and you can't kill your parents before you were born.
ブラックホールとブラックホールの鏡ということだな。
So the phone acts like a black and white hole. So the phone acts like black and white holes. seems strange, like a strange coincidence that cell phones would be the medium of time travel. But really, could have been anything else. These days, people wear their phones like a second scan. No other medium could reliably deliver the memories to their intended target. The more I think about it, the more I realize that it was meant to be. Yeah. Whip out my phone, place it to my ear.
全てのことが一歩ずつ線でつながった
It's me. Everything is falling into place. The plan can now proceed to the final stage. I'm taking Operation Verdhade, obviously. Christina had me fooled. I never knew she was capable of this. It must have been the choice of Steins Gate that sent her here. Don't worry, I have everything under control. Nothing can stop me now. It's Sai Kangaroo. Put away my phone and turn to Kirisu. Are you listening? Good. Commence preparation for Operation Verhande.
あ、いや、少しはどういうことか説明しろよ。
First, explain what that
お前
is.
の言うタイムリープ案を全面採用すると言っているのだ。ちなみに、ここまで俺をその気にさせ
We're gonna build you a time leap
脳内
machine.
情報のデータ化は
Christina, you better not say it can't be done. Not after showing me the way.
まあ、秋葉原ならパーツも揃ってるからなんとかなるとは思うけど。
Oh, this is Akibara. Should be able to find the parts I need.
これよりお前を作戦主任に任命する。俺やダルをこき使って構わない。
Decided. I'm placing you in charge of this operation. Whatever you need, ask, and it shall be yours.
人類史上初
Together, you should complete the time machine
完成させ
in
るぞ。
human. Should complete the first time machine in human history. Kirizu nods, her eyes shining with a fierce, hungry light. As I thought, she is a scientist to the core. Kirizu and Dora go home, leaving me with Mayuri. Thought she was hard working on her costume, but when I look, find her staring at the wall. Her hands have stopped moving.
マリ帰らない。
Mayuri, you're not going home? She usually doesn't stay this late. Parents might be worried.
さっきのオカリンやクリスチャンの話を思い出
I was thinking about what Okurin and Christian were talking about earlier.
思い出してね。なんとか頑張って理解しようと思ったんだけど、ダメだったよ。
I was trying to figure out what the things were said meant, but it was all so complicated. I didn't get any of it. Hee hee.
ただね、なんとなくわかるのは、すごいことになってるみたいっていうことかな。
And then I got that something amazing is going to happen.
いいかも。新たなる段階に進むことに。
Indeed, the world is about to change, and we shall be the ones that lead humanity into the future.
眩しいな。
You're shining, Okurin.
どういう
Shining. What does that mean?
オカリンもクリスチャンもキラキラ輝いてて、
Shining, Christian. You're shining. Christian too. 2 bright stars in the sky.
それは東院京馬が放つ狂気のオーラだろう。
Must be my aura of madness, you're sensei. Mwahaha. You know, it's been 10 days since Christian joined us. Can I tell you how I've been feeling? Since Christian became a lab member, it felt like things have really started happening. Like we're a real lab now, you know?
認めなくてはならないな。
Yeah, I must know her knowledge has been a great asset.
そしてそんな天才少女を仲間に引き入れたこの俺、東院京馬の功績もまた
Of course, the girl genius would never have joined if not for the cunning of Fiona Kiyoma. That's why you're shining so bright, Ochre. Christian is a really big help to you, I know. But I can't do anything to help. Yuri looks depressed. I wish I was smart too. Maybe I could help. Yuri? She's never expressed such sentiment before. Is she jealous of Kirisu's talent? Is there a competition brewing in the lab? I sigh and walk to the window. I can't see many stars in the sky.
今日は星を見ない。
Yuri, aren't you going to look at the stars? Yuri comes up beside me. We lean out the window together. It's only 9 p.m., but Agabe is already still and silent, save for the occasional car trundling by. Back in the lab just started before Daru-chan joined. It was like this a lot, wasn't it? All quiet, just the two of us. Yeah, it was. Daru joined the lab in early May. Before that, he was unwilling to join no matter how hard I tried to convince him. Then he learned that the lab was just 3 minutes away from the May Queen plus Nia squared. Suddenly he was all, Future Gadgets Lab, hell yeah. Okay, now that I think about it, why is Daru even there now? For about a month and a half after the lab was founded, it was just me and Mayuri all alone. Can Mayushi stay here? Is it really okay? Yuri looks at me with uncertainty in her eyes. Met her gaze firmly, then bop her lightly on the head. Don't be ridiculous. All you need to do is stay. just stay?
このラボはもっと
Without you, the lab would be a much less friendly place.
水と油みたいなところがあるから互いに
You see how Kirisu and I argue?
喧嘩になっても
We can be pretty stubborn, and sometimes we don't know when to stop.
そんな時もはいるが空気の読めない能天気コメントを発すること
When it starts to get out of hand, Mayuri, you're always there. Some ditzy, irrelevant comment that breaks the tension.
褒められてるのかな。
Are you praising me?
もちろん褒めている
Of course I am.
何も案ずるなお前がここにいるのは俺
Don't worry about a thing. Just know that you, too, are part of my plan. Muhahaha.
ありがとう、オカリ。
Okay, thanks, Okarin. Mary smiles in relief. Then her stomach starts to rumble.
お腹空いちゃった。おでんから温めようっと。オカリンも食べる？
I'm starving. I'll warm up some canned udon. You want some too?
もらう
Yeah, heat it up.
じゃあ、ちょっと待っててね。
Coming right up. Soon we were chowing down on piping hot udon. Is it udon or odin? Next day, Mayuri and I go shopping at Radio Kayakan. We have lists written down by Kirisu, parts for the time leap machine. Naturally, I'm paying for everything out of my own pocket. Kirisu and Dara have already started working on the upgrade. Apparently, the conversion of memories into digital data requires software developed at Kirisu's lab in America. You can download that software from their dedicated server. That's not the only thing we need. There's also some kind of brain scanning headgear we're going to have to make ourselves. Incidentally, I have to pay extra close attention to make sure Mayuri doesn't wander off while we are shopping. She sees some random store that interests her and literally stops and stares at it for hours. I keep walking, of course, only later to realize that she's not behind me. Then I have to run from store to store looking for her. This must be how parents of small children feel. Anyway, there's nothing new. Mayuri has always been like this.
頼むから俺についてこいこの迷宮ではぐれたらおそらくお前は自力では外に出られないぞ
Begging you, stick to me. If you get lost in this labyrinth technology, you'll never escape. Not with your sense of direction.
わかった。気をつけるね。
Okie dokie, I'll be careful.
オカリ、タイムリープとタイムトラベルってどう違うの？
Right, how is time leaping different from time travel? Did she really just hear what I said about not wandering off? Besides, Kirisu already explained the difference
タイ
yesterday.
ムトラベルは体ごと時間を乗り越えるタイムリープは記
time travel means your whole body travels through time. Time leap will only send your memories to the past. It's simple, which is what the show Quantum Leap is based on. Just memory, no personality or consciousness included. Although Kirisu did mention that there was no way to be sure what might happen to your consciousness. Oh.
あのね、じゃあ D メールとタイムリープだとできることってどう違うのかな。
Does this mean that you can do things, time leaps, that you can't do with Demos?
D メールは過去へ指示できるだけだ。過去は変わるかもしれないし、変わらないかもしれない。それは受け取った人間次第である。
Demos can only send instructions to the past. The past may change or it may not. The results are unpredictable and depend on the recipient.
それに過去が変わった場合、変える前の記憶は失われる。世界線で再構成される。
And when the past does change, where a line is reconfigured, everyone loses their old memories. None of the exception thanks to reading Steiner.
それに対してタイムリープは、例えば1週間今のお前のここまで流れ込むはずだ。
With the time leap, on the other hand, you can give your past self not just instructions, but all the memories you have right now, or at least that's the idea. I don't think it's going to be all of your memories. I think it's going to be part of your memories and specific to the area that you compressed. We won't know for sure until the machine is built.
例えば作りかけのコスを持って1週間前へ行ける？このままでの時間を1週間分稼げてマユシー大好き
So I could send
みたいなこと？
costume I'm making back to last week. I'd love to have another week to prepare for common law.
タイムトラベルならば可能だろうが、タイムリープでは無理。
That might be possible with time travel, but not with time leap.
2日前に受けたテストの答えを知っている状態でテストの前へ戻ることはできる。だが、回答済みの答案用紙を持って2日前へは戻れない。
So you had a test last week. Now you know the answers. You could send that knowledge to yourself and ace the test, but you couldn't go back and hand yourself a cheat sheet.
じゃあマユシーの意識は1週間前のマユシーの中に
So Mayushi's mind goes back into Mayushi 1 week ago.
そういうことだ。
Exactly. While this conversation has been going on, I've been steadily purchasing items from Kurisu's shopping list.
物は持っていけないけど記憶は持っていけるんだね。
You can't bring stuff, but you can bring your memories. I get it.
でもそしたら1週間前のマユシーの中にあったマユシーの記憶はどこに
Then what about Mayushi 1 week ago? Where does her memories go?
上書きされるのではないか？
Assume they get overwritten. Haven't tested it. There's no way to be sure.
消えちゃうってこと？
She disappears.
消えたとしても1週間前の
Memories right now, including your memories from back then. So even if she disappears, you don't really lose anything.
未来の1週間分の記憶が追加されるという言い方をした方が良さそうだ。
Guess you could say you're just adding your memories from 1 week into the future.
じゃあね、1週間前のマユシーに記憶を飛ばしたら、今のマユシーに
Mayushi's memories leap into Mayushi's 1 week ago. What happened to Mayushi now? Yuri's asking some pretty philosophical questions today. But I guess anyone would ask the same.
マユシーが1週間前に記憶をビューンって飛ばしても、オカリンはここにいるんだよね。オカリンは
Memories jump into the past, but my body's still here, right? What happens to me when my memories go bye-bye?
抜け殻になったいや待てそうじゃない
Become an empty shell. No, that can't be right. That wouldn't make
助
sense.
手がやろうとしているのは記憶をデ
You
ー
would keep all your memories. It's not like they're taking them permanently.
記憶をすべて脳から抜き去ってそれをデータ化するわけでもない。
No, it merely records your memory data. In other words, it's just a backup. Your original memories are still inside you. Here. Nothing inside the brain is lost. You don't become an empty shell. So neither personality nor consciousness is transferred to begin with.
抜け殻になったり意識が
Body shouldn't become an empty shell. Consciousness shouldn't leap either.
というか1週間前に戻ってまたその1週間を経験してきたマユリが
Actually,
ここにいることになるのだろう。
you become a new Mayuri. The one who received the memories from the future 1 week ago. Not that anybody, including me, be able to tell the difference.
タイムリープする前
It
の
doesn't
その
usually
1週間を過ごしたマユシ
the normal memories before the time we get erased
1週間を
by the Mayushi who repeated the week
消されちゃうの？
as extra memories. This is getting complicated.
そうだ。
That's right, she's erased. In other words, you relive the week.
ができるし
You can do the same, or you can do something completely different.
消えた最初
You
の
keep old memories of the week that have disappeared.
じゃあね、じゃあね。
Then does that mean... Questions keep coming. Just trying too hard to understand in her own ditzy way.
もしも1週間前に戻ったマユシーが1週間後
So I
に
redo the week.
ラボには
What if I decide to go to Yuki Barker with my friends instead of coming to the lab today?
今はマユシーはこうしてオカリンとお話ししてるけど
What happens to Mayushi talking with Okarin now?
過去が変わり今も変わることになる。こうしてここで
The present would change to match the past, and this conversation would never happen.
それをオカリンは気づかないんだよね。
You wouldn't notice the difference, Okarin?
ああそう
Right, no one would notice.
だとしたらね
That'd be kind of sad. For who, me?
マユシーが
No, for Mayushi. I don't get what she means.
だからクリスチャンは過去を変えたくないって言ってたのかも。
She answers herself with a big smile.
ねえねえねえタイムリープは未来に
Oh, I just thought of something. Can you leap time into the future?
飛べるかもしれないが飛んだところでいいよ。
Maybe, but there wouldn't be a point. Kirisu and I reached that conclusion yesterday. You overwrite the memories at your destination. You send your memories 1 week into the future, then the future would lose 1 week of
俺
memories.
たちがやろうとしているタイムリープを過去に送ってこそ進化を発揮するのだ。
The whole point of our time loop machine is to affect past events. I don't need to worry about the future.
それに過去より未来の方が届かない可能性が高い。
Besides, you're less likely to reach the future than you are the
過
past.
去については思い出すことができるが未来については予測がつかないからな。
Since the future is inherently unpredictable.
例えばマユリは未来永劫にわたって同じ電話番号の携帯を持
For
ち続け
example, do you think you have the same phone number for all eternity?
わかんないよ。
How should I know? He
つまりそういうことだ。
was my point.
それにかつてポケベルが携帯の出現で廃れてしまったように携帯に代わる新たなパーソナル端末が爆発的に
Memory
登場してしまう
features
かもしれない。
I'm obsolete with the advent of the cell phone. Similarly, our phones may be replaced by some other device in the future. In order for the time leap to succeed, the target you must have a phone whose number you know. As long as those conditions are met, there should never be a problem with setting the destination. Real problem is what's inside the phone wave name subject change is acting like a foot lifter. Josh, welcome. Doing some Steins Gate. Didn't realize I was so tired. Till we figure that out, we can't reproduce or discharge phenomenon at will. Phone wave name subject change will remain incomplete. On the other hand, if we can figure it out, we'll have an endless source of electrons that, unlike CERN, needs no tuning. I'm exhilarated. Phone wave name subject change is evolving by the day. Our invention of time loop machine put us light years ahead of CERN. Time travel will finally become a reality. Can't wait to try it out. My soul yearns for the taste of choice. Barely managed to keep from bursting out in mad laughter. Come to think of it, more than 1 week has passed since we sent the first email, and although it was a strange, threatening email, there remains no sign of Men in Black coming to haul us away. According to Darwin, CERN hasn't discovered our hacking either. Next problem is what happens when you use a time leap machine. In order to compress humans' entire wealth of memory into the requisite 36 bytes, we have to borrow the LHC's black hole. I can't believe that CERN won't notice an unauthorized activation of the LHC. How do we keep them from finding us? We need a plan.
そっか。じゃあマヨシーが小学生の頃へも飛べないんだね。その頃は携帯持ってないもん。
Oh, I guess I can't go back to grade school, can I? I didn't have a phone back then. Mary is still talking about time
お
leaping.
前は小学生の頃へ戻りたいのか？
You want to go back to your elementary school days?
気持ちは戻る。今の知識を持って小学生から戻る。学校の成績はおそらく学年トップになれるだろうし、
Yeah, I know exactly how you feel.
うまく
If you repeat in elementary school with the knowledge you have now, you'll get top grades and have an easy time bending children to your will.
それにね、おばあちゃんにも会えるかもって思ったんだ。
Yeah, and I thought maybe I could see Grandma again.
残念だ。
Or to see. I'm afraid that's not possible. Mary's grandmother passed away when Mary was in elementary school.
残念は残念だけどね。どうしても会いたかったわけじゃないよ。
Yeah, it's too bad. But I guess I don't really need to see
お
her.
ばあちゃんの言葉とかね、笑顔とか、マユシーの頭を撫でてくれたシワシワの手とかね。マユシーは今でも
Still
ちゃんと
remember.
覚えてるもん。
Still remember her words, her smile, her wrinkly hand patting my
だ
head.
からね、わざわざ会わなくても平気なの。
So even if I don't see her again, I'm okay.
それよりもね、その頃のオカリンにもう一度会ってみたいなって思って。
What I really want to see is little Okurin again.
あの当時からこの俺はマッドサイエンティストとして完成されており、
Back then I was already a scientist without equal, Titan towering over the other children.
そんなイフのオーラを放つ天才小学生にして未来のマッドサイエンティス
You can hardly be blamed for desiring to meet
ト。
Tavraji, who will one day be feared as the great mad scientist Hyonin Kiyoma.
会いたいのは、おーい、なんとかじゃなくて、オカリンだよ。
I don't want to meet Hyonin, what's his face? I want to meet Okurin. I am Hyonin Kiyama, and I will always be. Always have been, always will be. Yuri just doesn't get it. So I disregard her comment.
だがやめた。精神年齢当時から全く成長していないお前では仮に
Anyway, there's no point. You haven't matured at all since that time. So nothing would change if you went back to elementary school anyway.
そんなことないよ。マヨシーもちゃんと成長してるもん。
That's not true. Mayushi is all grown up now.
食べる量が増えたぐらいだろ。
The only thing that's grown is how much you eat. And your breast size.
そんなことないのです。マヨシーはちゃんと大人の階段を登ろうとしているのです。
That's not true. Mayushi is a real woman now. Real woman. I kind of want to hear the details, but she probably doesn't even know what she's talking about.
それよりもね、オカリンの方が当時から止まったままだと。
Besides, I think Okurin's the one who hasn't changed since then.
この俺は当時の時点ですでに完成されていたのだとな。
Not what I just said? I was already a genius mad scientist when you met me. Ooh, ha 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 ha. Storekeeper shoots me a glare. Guess this isn't the best place for maniacal laughter. Better get those parts and head back to the lab. We finished our shopping, come out in front of the station.
そういえばマイリー、お前最近バイトをしていないんじゃないの？
By the way, Miuri, you haven't been working recently.
でもあんなのかな。
Working, you mean at Lemone? Of course, Queen Yan Squared doesn't exist in the current wholesome Akiba.
お見ま前だから。
Kamima's coming up, so I'm taking a few days off.
頑張ってコスを作らなく
I got costumes to make.
今年は一体何着作っている？
How many costumes are you making this year?
3着。ねえ、楓ちゃんとふぶきちゃんの分。でもってルカちゃんの分。
3. One for Kare-chan, one for Fubuki-chan, the other one for Luka-chan. Wonder if Lukago is still refusing to wear it. No, he's not a guy. And I can hardly blame him. I mean, however cute he looks, he's still a guy. Okay. No, wait, that was before I sent the email. Now Luca is a girl. I guess. How confusing.
萌子さんだ。
Ah, it's Moki-san.
何？
What? Here I see Moki squatting by the staircase, staring hard at her cell phone. She looks more tired than last time I saw her. The bag's under her eye and her hair is frayed. The intensity of her expression makes me hesitate to call out to her. She's still probably ignoring me like before. On the other hand, she's a lab member. Can't just ignore her. Please ignore her. Hi, finger by the long face, eh?
モエカさんここじゃないですか。
Makaka-san, what are you doing here? Who doesn't look up? Schmidt is something I can't make out.
おーい聞いているか悩みがあるならこの京都
Hey, are you listening? If you have a problem, the insane mad scientist Hiyama Kiyomo will gladly assist.
その場合は
But be warned, by the time I'm through,
覚悟して
Akaba will be an ocean of blood. Hee hee hee. He suddenly jerks up, as if poked from the electronic prod. She lifts her head up, stares at me with wide eyes, then jumps to her feet and walks right up to me. It's the first time I've seen Mocha express such emotion.
なんだどうした
What is it? What's wrong? She doesn't speak. That hasn't changed. Instead, she looks down and starts typing on her phone. Guess I should be ready for a mail. Like clockwork.
どうなったとはどういう意味だ
What happened to the time machine? What do you mean, what happened?
まだ完全に
ああ
解明できていない今は改良中だ
Are you still using it? Did you figure out how it works? I don't fully understand it yet, but we're in the middle of upgrading it.
すごいんだよ。あのね、今度はね、タイムリー
It's amazing, this time we might even be able to do time leap. It's time leap, tell me more.
記事にはするなよそれをしたら俺はお前を
Don't write anything about it, otherwise
しなければならない
I'll have to expel you from the lab. Mocha shakes her head violently. Guess she won't write an article.
電話レンジかっこ仮に
Her hacking of CERN uncovered the new possibility for phone wave named subject to change.
の一部設備を曲がりさせてもらうことに新たなるタイム
It's former time travel made possible by borrowing CERN's equipment.
人類の歴史を塗り替え新たなる段階へ足を踏み入れ
This discovery will begin a new age of human civilization. No longer will men be slaves to time. Any future you desire can be yours.
人類史上初の偉業
History will record that the Future Gadget Laboratory changed the world forever.
わかりんわかりん。その説明はね、すごく回りくどくて、何しろさっぱりなのです。
Okay. That's really confusing. You lost my Yushi. I always do that. Meant to do that. How can you not be moved by my speech? Talk about becoming legends here. He bites her lip, types out a mail in irritation. She grabs my arm, digs her fingernails. It hurts.
手を
Unhand me. But Mocha doesn't listen.
タイムリーすなわち記憶のみの時間
Sorry, I
跳
keep
躍だ
doing this.
俺たちはそれを可能にする方法を見つけ出した近いうちにタイムリープは実行され我ら
Okay, she just asks, what is it?
征服者となる
Found a way to make it possible. Soon we'll complete the time machine and become undisputed lords of time.
あのね、
You should call me doctor. Doctor.
クリスチャンができるって言ってダル君はお手伝い中でマユシーはお金
Okarin came up with the idea, and Christian tells us how to do it. Daughter is helping me, and Miyushi and Okarin are shopping. Laura suddenly releases me. Her eyes are blank and unfocused. Squats down her spot, just as we just found her. She seems entirely drained of energy and will.
萌香さん大丈夫
You okay, Moga-san? Do you feel sick? That's amazing. You made a real breakthrough. Congratulations. When will we be finished?
こればかりも何とも言えないな。
Can't be sure. Still 7 problems
それが
remaining.
うまく解決でき
They
れば
don't give us too much
1
trouble.
週間以内にでも完
Guess
成
we'll have it done in a week.
だが解決できなければいつまでたっても
Alright.
完成はしない
Can't do anything unless they solve.
すべてはシュタインズゲートによる選択必ずや解決の道は開けている
Yeah, I faith
俺は確信している
this path is due
そ
success.
して扉が開いた時
And once the doors open, the chaos for which
は俺が
I have longed shall at last descend upon the earth.
世界の影から支配
Trumpets will sound from the highest heavens. The final battle, Ragnarok, will begin.
誰と戦ってるの
Who are you fighting,
決
Okarin?
して表舞台には現れない支
The
配者
organization, of course. Their rule must end once and for all.
すごいねでもね危ないことはしちゃダメだからね
Wow. Don't do anything dangerous, okay? I just very insist on worrying about me. Hee. Oh. Oga's lips curve into a smile. She advances steadily, and then she staggers into the ground. It's like she'd forgotten us completely. Hearing I only watch her go, and there's an indescribable aura about her that holds us back.
どうしたのかな
What do you think wrong is Moko-chan? And she was kind of strange ever since I met her, but this? Maybe she's escaped mental patient or something. Yeah, not like her. Sanity capacity compared to mine. For I desire nothing less than total and absolute chaos. Muhahaha, muhaha, muhahaha, muhahaha, muhahaha. Something like that.
オカリンまでおかしくなっちゃった
Well, now Okarin's acting weird.
シンは心配です
She is worried. She looks scared, so I can at least cease my maniacal laughter for a few moments. Easier on the plan. She looks scared, so I cease my maniacal laughter a few minutes early than planned. Afterwards, Miura and I go our separate ways. She currently has to deliver a costume to her friend Fubuki. I return to the lab. My spoils Aurora. Something surprising, though not too surprising. Come to think of it, catches my eye. Ah. Conspiracy is on the computer. As soon as she notices I've returned, she quickly closes the window on the screen.
ちょっと入ってくるときはノックぐらいしてよ。
Hey, think you can knock?
ここはお前のプライベートな部屋ではない。それに敵が待ち伏せしているかもしれない。
This isn't your room. Besides, I have to be a fool to knock. There could be assassins lying in ambush.
敵が待ち伏せしてるかもって考えるバカが
Assassins
どこに
here? Are you stupid?
それでクリスティ
Anyway, Christina, what were you just looking at just now? I already knew the answer. Caught a glimpse on the screen before she closed it.
調べ物よ。
I was doing research. Looks like she plans on continuing this charade. Charade? Charade? Da-da. Drop my bags and go to the computer. Stay back. Slip past Karazu's blocking arms and restore to minimized window. Return. Interval some conspiracy theorists made one. Stupid story if you had some evidence.
なんか文句ある。
Got a problem?
おい、そのこれはひどいはいはいワル
What's
スワル
with
ス
this
み
is
たいな
awful
笑い方は
rolling
なんだ。
roll on the floor laughter. Or with help.
クリスティいやアットチャンネラークリス
Have no fear, Christina, or I shall call you the @Chandler or Chris.
その呼び方はやめて。
Don't call me that.
俺はすでに気づいていた。そうとっくに気づいていたのだよ。お前が生粋のアットチャンネラーだということにな。隠そうとしても俺にはわかる。お前からは
Can't hide from it. You reek of @Channel corruption.
プンプンと醸し出されている。
失礼だな。ちゃんと毎日香りがきつくない香水つけて
How
るぞ。
rude. Make sure you apply light perfume every day.
バカ。そういう意味ではない。俺が言っているのは魂レベルの話
Well,
だ。
that's not what I meant. I'm talking about the scent of your soul.
魂って具体的にはどんなところだ。定義を聞かせて。
My soul, what's that supposed to mean? Explain.
今後バレないための参考にするのだな。
Alright, so you can learn how to hide it?
うるさい。
具体的もクソもない。お前はたまにアットチャンネル用語をつぶやく時がある。
praised me. Buki-chan and Kanda-chan praised me for the cosplay, and I made them this time. I'm really happy. There's nothing to explain. You use the channel memes in the conversation. You have to be stupid not to notice. Feels bad, man.
今のもアットチャンネル語だな。
It's a Nat channel meme too. Ugh.
まさか魂レベルで染みついているということだろう。そしてこのラボにはもう一人。
Soul is tainted with the essence of the Nat channel. You cannot hide it. Not in such close proximity. In order those who use it, channel memes, in actual conversation, your soul resonates.
そうそう、橋田がいるせいで私まで引きずられちゃうのよ。
That's it. It's all Hideshi's fault.
だが隠そうとするとはいじらしいな。あとじゃテラクリス。
This is cute how you try to hide it.
そんなって呼ぶな。
Don't call me that. She glares at me hard. Looks could kill. She has no sense of humor at all. Should be more careful in the future.
アメリカ育ちなのになぜアットチャンネルに詳しいのだ？
I don't understand. You were raised in America, so how are you so familiar with the channel?
アメリカからでもアットちゃんは見られる。あとはわかるね。
You can browse channel in America. Need I say more?
英語ばかりの環境にいると日本語が恋しくなってしまうのだね。しかしよりによってアットちゃんを選ばずともよかったな。
I mean, if you believe the pseudo-intellectuals in the media, browsing channel is like reading scribbles on the bathroom
リ
wall.
スリスはしてるけど、一番日本の空気みたいなものが感じられる場所だっただけよ。
Sure, it's not like the friendliest place, but I couldn't find anywhere that felt more Japanese. Mad Max, hey, welcome. Is this worth the money? I'm a sucker for Steins Gate, so I'm always going to say yes. So I'm a bit biased. I mean, we're already on chapter 5, so it's been a few days. Oh yeah, it's great. Unlike the anime, this gets into a lot of the hows and whys and the theories and that the show doesn't, the anime doesn't, use. And there's also kind of like an alternate ending to the game as well, which is the gaming aspect of it. So it's kind of like a choose your own adventure. Yeah, this is the anime, turned up to 12. But the game is more like a visual novel, except for it is kind of a choose your own adventure. There are several different paths you can go down and have different endings. If you want to read about the science behind what they're talking about and how they came up with their theories, which, because it's a science fiction, you know, they make their theories work. But it's all based in real science. Oh, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Yeah, so we're pretty far. Say we're pretty far in. We're probably, I think we're about halfway through it. How far did you get in the anime? Hydrate. I shall hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. Appreciate it. I'm gonna continue. Sure, it's not the friendliest place, but I couldn't find anywhere that felt more Japanese.
それより頼みが
Anyway, oh. Anyway, can I ask a favor?
頼む
What is it? Kiryu turns away, mumbling something. Oh, and one of the reasons why I'm playing the game the way I'm playing it is to help me enunciate words and things like that for streaming. So I'm trying to improve my streaming. So there's that. I'm like a two birds, one stone type of thing because I love this. I love Steins Gate. But her voice is low and I can't make it out.
言いたいことははっきり言え
If you have something to say it. Kirsten turns bright red, but her sullen expression doesn't
こ
change.
のことはみんなには内緒にしといて
Don't tell anyone else about this.
そんなにも知られたくないのかダルはお前の同類だしマユリもオタだからアッドチャンネルへの理解は深いぞ
What difference does it make? Daru is the most hardcore channeler who ever lived. And Mayuri is an otaku too. Even I browse that channel regularly.
外れることは何もない履歴書や
There's nothing to be ashamed of. Just boldly write hobbies, browsing at Chandler on your resume.
書けるかバカ。
Not a chance, you idiot.
何
Baka.
ということ
Baka.
あんたを出すことの方がいいのか
What, you mean you'd rather post anchors on VIP?
言葉の意味を理解できる自分が憎い。
God, I hate myself for understanding those words.
タイムリープマシンの開発に集中してもらうためにこの件は黙っておそらくすぐにボロが出て
Oh, whatever. If it will help you focus on the time leap machine, I'll keep your secret for now. Besides, it's just a matter of time before you make another mistake and reveal your true colors.
心配には及ばない。大学じゃ周囲はみんな年上だった。研究室じゃ一番の若造なのに、論文は私が書かせてもらえた。
You don't have to worry about me. Remember that I represented my entire lab when I presented our research, even though there were men twice my age on the project.
処世術には長けてるのよ。甘く見ないで。
I am an expert at dealing with people, and I'll have no trouble keeping it a secret. Noel Poe. Gah.
しまった。
No. Does it pronounce Ors or is it Orz? I keep forgetting. Chrissy's face gets even redder, and then she falls into her hands and knees in defeat. Orz. Ors. Just thought that Chandler was in her blood and bones. She doesn't have a prayer. As night fell, tried to activate the phone wave, name subject to change again, but as expected, the discharge did not occur. Yawn. Mary's at her sewing machine, putting some finishing touches on a costume. He gets some new mail, some Paris. Is Mayushi okay? Tell her to have fun at Kamama from me. I don't think I can go this year, yeah. I just don't have the energy, yeah. I'm completely burnt out. I can hear a voice shouting, "Get up, Joe, yeah. Somebody save me. The world is collapsing, yeah." I'm thinking she usually heads home around 7 or 8, but today, she's still hard at work.
あまり遅くならないうちに帰れ。親が心配する。
Hey Yuri, go home before it gets too late. Your parents will worry.
大丈夫だよ。あのね、マユシーは今日はここにお泊まりするので。
It's okay, I'm going to stay the night. I think he said more than I'm going to stay the night. Really? She's never done that before.
お父さんとお母さんにもね、そう言ってあるよ。
Yep, I already told Mom and Dad.
泊まって作業をしていくのか
Are you staying to work on the costumes?
そうでもしないと、コミマに間に合わないんだ。
It won't be done in time for common law. If I don't, hee.
よく親が許可したな。
I'm surprised your parents let you stay. I've met her parents a number of times. They're as ditzy as Miuri. But still, I don't think they'd appreciate their underage daughter staying overnight in this dirty lab.
やはりこの俺法医教魔の人望だな。
Must be my overwhelming charisma. No, wait.
などという言葉には
That makes me sound like a good person,
そうでは
so
ない。
it can't be it.
そうか。マユリの親はこの俺のイフでやむを得ず
Of
娘を
course, Mayuri's parents are so afraid of my intensity that they sent me, their only daughter, as a hostage.
通報しました。
Reported. Kirisu calls out from the development room. She's been tinkering with the phone wave name subject to change, but I guess she was
言われ
listening.
たらどうする？
What would you do if I called the cops on you?
裏切るという俺の右腕が火を吹く。
I'd unleash my right arm on the traitor Christina.
はいはい12秒12秒。
Shinobi Ayu. I'm gonna say that right one of these days. Yeah, Shinobi Ayu. Shinobi you. Shino. Oh, Shinobi. Chuni by Myra. I always say this kind of really wacky. So look at that, it's spelled differently. Chunibyo. Okay. I'm listening to it. Yeah, there it is. Chunibyo. I said it completely wrong, so yay me. Chunibyo. And that does not look like Chunibyo to me. I think I was saying bayou. Down on the bayou. I too. I told mom and dad that Christian would be here, and they said okay.
それってつまり私も泊まれっていうこと？
Wait, so I have to stay too? Yep. Don't you have to work on the phone wave?
まあそうだけど、このラボに泊まると気がめいるのよね。主に誰かさんのせいで。
I guess, but I don't relish the thought of spending the night here, at least not with a certain somebody around.
環境というのは大事な要素だクリスティーここは研究に打ち込む以外にすることがないと意外と集中できるソースはこの高温強化
Environment matters, Christina. This place of science and research. So you should have no trouble concentrating on your work. Trust the great Hyonen Kiyoma.
それ聞いて驚くなこのラボに脳内物質を活性化させるシステムが組み込まれている
Chunibyo. Also, it may surprise you to learn that I have equipped this lab with a system of simultaneous brain with a system that stimulates brain function.
つまりこの俺の天才的かつ大胆かつ繊細な発明に対する着想を毎日ここに寝泊まりしているからこそ生まれるのだ
So if you're wondering where my incredible genius comes from, now you know. It's because I sleep in this room every night.
脳内物質を活性化させるシステムってあんた一体何を垂れ流してるんだ
Stimulation system of yours, I assume it's been dumping toxic waste in your brain.
工場排水のごとき言い方をするなザ・ゾンビ
You sound like an environmentalist zombie.
ああマユシー知ってるよきっとあれじゃないかなほら
Mayushi knows. You're talking about that, right? Kurisu comes out of the development room to check what Mayuri's pointing at.
これって
This air freshener?
頭の良くなる芳香剤なんだって秋葉王で買ってきたってオカリンが言ってたあれっていつの頃だったっけ
Okurin says the smell makes you smarter. He bought it in Okibado. When was that?
半年ほど前だな値段は500円
About 6 months ago. It was on sale for 500 yen.
岡部の話って
It's about $5. $5 for an air freshener. Sorry to think. Even you don't believe this stuff you say.
しかもこれ中の薬剤はもう空っぽになってるし
And besides, this air freshener is empty. And when I went to buy replacement packs, they'd already stopped selling them.
まあいいわどっちにしろ私も泊まるつもりだったしまゆりさん付き合うわよ
Oh, whatever. I was planning to stay either way. I'll join you, Mayuri-san.
本当よかった
Really? That's great.
ただし岡部は出ていく
One
こと
condition. Okabe leaves.
出ていけだと俺はここに住んでいるようなものなのだぞこのラボこそシュタインズゲートの選択により示された魂の居場所
Me
なのだ
leave? I practically live here. This lab was promised to me by Steins Gate. It's the dwelling place of my soul.
女子2人が泊まるって言ってるんだから無才男子は自重してくれないとそれにあんたって実家は遠くないんでしょ
We girls are staying here overnight, so you filthy boys need to show some respect. Your home isn't far from here, right?
オカリンはねマユシーと同じで池袋だよ
Okurin lives close to Mayushi in Ikebukuro.
電車で30分もかからないじゃないどうせ今日は徹夜で手伝ってもらうほどのことはないんだからおとなしく帰ったら
That's less than 30 minutes by train. Anyway, I'm not going to need your help tonight. So just go home like a good boy, okay?
だが断る
But I refuse.
まさか私たちを襲うつもりか？
What? Are you planning to molest us?
黙れ。伝部に猛虎犯が残る少女めが。
Shut up, Mongolian spot.
残ってない。あのな、前にもそれ言われたが、あんたいつ私のお尻を確かめた？
I don't have a Mongolian spot. And when did you see my butt anyway?
年下の女子2人だけをここに残していけるほど、俺は
I think a Mongolian spot is like a hairy butt.
未成年には保護者が必要なのだ。
I think. We've Mongolian blue spots are flat bluish blue-gray skin marking, commonly appearing at birth or shortly thereafter. They appear commonly at the base of the spine, on the buttocks and back. They can also appear on the shoulder. Mongolian spots are benign and are not associated with any condition or illness. That's what it is. Who knew? I think we went over this before. I can't leave you two young girls here alone. Minors need guardians.
おかりんも未成年なのにね。
But Okarin's a minor too.
あと1年半もしないうちに成人だ。それはつまり、シュタインズゲートの選択的に言えば成人だということであり。
I'll be 20 in less than a year and a half. In other words, Steingate has decided that I am an adult.
いや、それはつまり未成年。
Pretty sure that makes you a minor just like us.
クリスちゃん、クリスちゃん。おかりんはね、マユシーたちのことを襲うような悪い人じゃないと思うよ。
Christian, I don't think that Okarin would do anything bad.
マユシーはもう10年以上の付き合いだけど、一度も襲われたことないもん。
I mean, we've been together for more than 10 years and he hasn't molested me once.
でも、人質にされたことはあるんでしょ？
But he took you hostage, didn't he?
っていうかね、今も人質だよ。
No, actually, I'm still his hostage.
強制退出させるべきね。
You should kick him out of the room. Sigh deeply and place my hand on my forehead.
俺を失望させるのは
You disappoint me, Christina.
科学研究の世界に男も女もない。そうだろう。
This lab is a place of science. We are above such petty concerns as sex. If you must speak of vulgarities, then I'll have to ask you and your Mongolian spot to leave. Looks like that was enough to convince Kirisu. She gives me a fine gesture as she returns to the development room.
やはりクリスティーナの伝部にはもう
So Christina really does have a birthmark on her
ねえよ。
no. After working on Phone Wave, name subject change, for about an hour, I head to the convenience store to buy dinner. Taro hasn't shown his face all day. He must be busy with that part-time job. Still don't know what he's doing exactly. That is something to utilize his super hacker skills. Just hope he's still scared of the law. While walking, I skim a channel on my phone. Twitter hasn't shown up lately. think it's been a week since his last appearance. He's been reluctant to I've been reluctant to contact him since he called me the Messiah in his last email. That was about the same time he stopped posting. Just so you know, they did several phone experiments since he last talked to Titter. And some of them major. So major he doesn't even have the IBM 5100. Now channel designated RBC slander into the major opinion is that he ran away. Wonder where Titter went. Tried emailing him the other day, but he hasn't replied. Disappeared, and especially worrying now that I think he might be Suzuha's dad. Need to contact him somehow. Just then a mail arrives. You know too much. I hugged myself, shuddering at the sight. Delete the email immediately. Happening again. This is bad. Really bad. This is a threat. It was sent by the organization, by CERN. Does CERN know that what we've been doing? Should I report it to the police? Wait, I can't. I just deleted it. In any case, a picture alone is probably isn't enough to get the police involved. So maybe I should talk to somebody. Not the girls. I can't worry them with this. I'm the adult here after all. What about Moko? She may be a lab member. She's been acting weird lately. Even if I tell her about this, she won't be of any use. Suzuha has her father to worry about. I guess that leaves Daru. Need to find out whether CERN has discovered our hacking. What would CERN do if they found out? I wonder. They wouldn't have a skill, would they? Despite my efforts to convince myself this is just Frank, my feet hurry me back to the lab. Burst into the lab, gasping for air. Quickly locked the door behind me. Finally, I can catch my breath. Just then I realize something's wrong. Yuri and Kurisu aren't here. Did they go home? No, the bags are still here. The light's still on. The door just entered. It was unlocked. They have been so careless. The memory of that threatening email fills me with fear. Don't tell me they were kidnapped. Who took them? The organization? CERN? Then I hear a noise. Is that the shower? The lab has a shower inside the dressing room. There's no bath. We can't afford such luxuries. It's too small to fit more than one person inside. Now I hear the sound of running water. Recall famous scene from Hitchcock's Psycho. No? Fresh blood mixed in the water. Down the drain. Corpses. Two girls sprawled out naked on the tile. Second those images flashed through my head. I slammed the door. Slam open the door to the shower room. Is everyone okay? Ah, what are you doing? No peeking, Okaran. Then I see the wet naked bodies of two girls. Mayuri squat down. Hirisu's bashful, twisting body trying desperately to hide her unmentionables. Faces are red of the heat, or phew, you're still alive. Wipe the cold sweat off my brow. How about we leave and shut the door? Don't scare me like that. What are you guys doing? back into the tiny shower anyway. Grizzly shoots me deadly glare.
いいから出てけ
Get out, you perv. Whoa. Dodged the bar of soap aimed at my face, and then quickly flee the dressing room. I suppose that was all my fault. You, she said, I feel kinda dirty. You're gonna regret this. I'll never forgive you. And it's just a small misunderstanding. And why the hell did they decide to take a shower together? And they knew I was coming right back. It's like they wanted to be seen. Kirsty especially. All that talk about not wanting to spend the night with me around. She sure dropped her guard awfully fast. She's just lucky it was me who walked in on him. What if it had been the organization? We need to get serious. We're fighting for our lives here. By the way, I didn't see a Mongolian spot on Kirsty's butt naturally. I guess I gotta come up with a better nickname. Anyway, how much longer are they going to shower? I feel like it's already been 15 minutes since I got back. They were yelling at me for a few minutes, and now I hear laughter and happy squeals coming from the shower room. Sounds like they're having a good time. They get along almost like sisters. Wow, Christian, you're so slim. But Mayuri, your breasts are so big, I'm jealous. Checking each other out, aren't they? Meg calls out the memory what I saw in the shower. Wet hair, beads of water, soapy skin, round full of treasure. Puts the phone to my ear. It's me. We have a problem. I'm under attack from the Mongolian spot in the Ditzy Scissors. They're going directly to my sanity. Bold move against the insane mad scientist Yona Kiyama. Strong offense I've encountered so far, and I realize how vulnerable self can be a powerful weapon. Pull out all the stops. I don't think that my pants can take it. Give in to temptation. Nonsense. I could never do that. Fellow lab members, my little assistant, my childhood friends. Is this truly the will of Steins;Gate that I give in? Did I raise my hand against my closest companions? If so, how cruel will the fates be? I will sigh, kangaroo. When I collect myself, I put away my phone. I need some air. Two days have passed since Kirisu and Mayuri came to stay. During that time, Daru and I have done our best to support Kirisu's work. The phone wave name subject to change. According to Daru, it should be easy to use the LHC to generate black holes for our use. Black hole forms are proton collision point where lifters install and exist only for a few seconds before evaporating. During those few seconds, CERN throws a human into the singularity. We'll use those few seconds too. Gravity of the black hole will compress the matter to infinite density. CERN uses a lifter to keep the compression under control, but we don't want that. We're going to dial CERN's lifter down so much it endangers the world, and of course enough to compress our memory data to under 36 bytes. There has been coding necessary program. As for me, I've been searching for our lifter unknown device. Phone wave seems to have changed to keep our black hole open. Appears we couldn't find anything that could serve as a lifter inside the microwave, but there must be something on the outside. Not sure what that could be, and so far we have no idea where to start looking. Darren insisted that there's no way Sarnes could have discovered his hacking yet. Of course, I had to make him doubly sure that we haven't been tracked. His test came back clean. I understand his confidence in his skills, and I trust him. Tara says they haven't found out, then they haven't. But somehow, knowing this does not erase my anxiety. And email. Piano festival or fireworks show this summer. Maybe you have plans to go with Mayuri-chan later. P.S. I did 22 practice swings with the scimitar. See where these... That sure means time for her to give me something else to worry about.
最終調整のために電話レンジを稼働させる。
Noise requires an electrical discharge phenomenon. There's a risk involved. The risk called Mr. Braun. We know that the discharge phenomenon caused the entire building to shake. Last time Mr. Braun threatened to raise our rent if it happened again. Here's the Yundara, look at me. It's up to you, Okunin. Take care of it. In other words, we're sending you to die.
あんたの犠牲があって初めてタイムリープ用電話レンジを完成
Your
する。
sacrifice will allow us to complete the time leap machine. Besides, you're always the one who talks to the boss for us.
なおさらたまにはお前たちが
Maybe it's time for you to put your lives on the line.
私は無理。あの店長さん以前にバイトから身の敵にされてる。
I can't. That girl who works for her hates me. If I am to hear this, I will not die. Like immortal Fune, I will return no matter how many times it takes.
何度でも蘇るぞ
That said, I head downstairs and hand to Mr. Ron. Don't die, okay? I passed through the lounge. Mayuri looked up, across and see me off. Step in, sir. Mr. Ron, Suzaha, and the chipmunk. are all watching some comedy show on the massive 42-inch CRT. Watching TV at noon without customers in sight. Looks like business as usual for the Braun Tube workshop. Sup, Okabe Rentaro? Raise my hand, responds to Suzuha's greeting. Tip my knee. Quickly hides behind her father when she sees me. I see you're busy as ever. Okabe via CRT. No thanks, I'm not some kind of retro TV otaku. Rather buy an LCD. I look around the store as I answer. Huh? I just thought of something. Extern's Large Hadron Collider. Phone wave names have changed. Must have some kind of electron feed to keep track of the black hole open. CERN calls this feed a lifter. We haven't figured out what that is, nor can we be acting. Substitute lifter in our time machine. What if our lifter is somewhere in this shop? Must be in close proximity of the phone wave, names have changed. Couldn't work otherwise. The Braun TV is located directly below the lab. Could our lifter be a CRT? You've been having a lot of girls over lately, haven't you? Just the usual members. I was over the other day. Invite me over next time, huh? I want to talk to some young girls. Oh my god, Mr. Braun. Creepy. I agree with Nee. This is creepy. That's even creepier. Your foot's already in your mouth. Done. No, it isn't. It's marketing, yeah. I'm looking for new customers. Bull fucking shit. Check out this scary looking guy desperately trying to explain himself to his daughter. Hilarious. What do you mean for a change? You talk to me every day. You're not young. She's the same age as Daru and I, which makes her older than Mayuri and Kurisu. Did you say something, Okabe Rentaro? Once you find out the truth, once you find out only the truth, hey, your father is happy as long as he has you, okay? Yep, I know, but don't say dirty things anymore, okay? It's a promise. And he joins the Pinkies with his daughter. Damn, Mr. Braun, you're way off character. How's a guy like him produce a daughter like that? He is one of the kindest, gentlest girls I've ever met. I don't know why she's so afraid of me, though. Anyway, I came here to explain the building's about to shake. How do I avoid having my head ripped off? How many more earthquakes do you think this building can handle? No, that's way too obvious. Earthquake is coming. My magic eye reading signer has seen it in the future. Escape while you still can. Yeah, that might work.
昨日もシーネの売りは止まったの？
Hey, did she Mayuri stay over yesterday? Yeah.
ってことはナキとクリスも
So Mikasi Karasu stayed too?
二人とも上に
Yeah, they're both upstairs. Oh. You know, I missed an entire day. Susanna's hostility towards Kirisu hasn't abated.
お前の方はどうだ
How are you doing?
どうだい？
Huh?
少しは元気が出たのか
Are you feeling better?
まあね。
Oh yeah, I guess. The search continues.
おいバイト何の話だよ
Huh? What's this about part-timer?
私父さんを探してるんだって店長にも前話したじゃん。
Searching for my dad. I told you before, remember?
ああその話か岡部探してやれ
Alright, go find your old man. Okabe. One second. Okay, yay! Thank you for the lurk. Ah. Alright, eating a little lunch. How do you think you can boss me around?
鈴葉はすでにラボメンとなっている
Naturally. Suzaha is a fellow lab member. Leave it to us.
メンバーに任せて
So, looks at me with a smile that shines through the gloom filling the store.
岡部倫太郎って私と同い年なのにすごく年上って感じだな。なんかぐいぐい引っ張ってく力があるよね。
Okabe and Tara were the same age, but sometimes you seem a lot older. You really know how to give people strength. First time anybody said anything like that to me. Makes me feel happy. Of course. I am the great Hirona Kiyoma. Chipmunk cowers in terror. As I unveil my madness, I can see tears pooling in her eyes. Way to go, Okabe. I guess my aura is too powerful for a great schoolgirl to endure. Okay, next time you scare Nay, I'll kill you. Sorry. Come here a sec. She takes my arm, moves me away from. I'm going back to watching TV.
それだけは計画して
Just want to say,
ポリスに留意して
be circumspect in your dealings with Mitsuki Karasu. What? Circumspect? Why can't you just say careful like a normal person? Not that I want to talk.
ただの逆恨みだろ。
This again, aren't you being paranoid? Suzaha shakes her head firmly.
それは事実。私はそれを存じている。
No, her perniciousness has been proven. Pernickiness. Pernickiness. Is she saying that Kirasi is dangerous? I think that's what she's saying. It's dangerous the way he's talking. Not just her fondness of uncommon words. Something else. Something.
あの女の頭脳を否定する。それに結局あいつ実験のことしか考えてないんだ。
Her genius is a threat. At heart, she only cares about her experiments. The eyes are hard, her voice is cold as ice. I can tell she means every word she says.
君たちは利用されてるだけだ。いい？よく聞いて。
This is me. She's using you all.
あの女はセルに通じてる。
You can see Karazu is connected to Stern. What? No, that's impossible. Stern is our enemy. Taro hacking is discovered. They have no doubt will do everything in their power to destroy us. How can Karazu be connected to Stern? You're saying she's a spy? Susanna nods firmly.
タイムマシン開発の功績もあの女の胸にあった。
Credit for inventing the time machine was hers. And Suza's words sound strange to my ear, but I can't place my finger on why.
だからさ、気を許して
Don't let your guard down. Don't believe it. I saw Karasu's anger when she learned what CERN had been doing. She called her action betrayal of science everywhere. How could somebody with pure love of science be connected to CERN? What if Suzawa says it's true? Should he be the one that's sending the threatening emails? I suspected Muko, but God, suddenly the ground starts to shake. Here's you started the experiment, but I haven't talked to Mr. Braun yet. Damn, it's too soon. Okabe! Sure enough, veins in Mr. Braun's forehead swell in response to the shaking.
暮らすなって何度言ったらわかんだ。若い娘だろうが俺は容赦しねえぞ。家賃1万円アップだ。
How many times do I have to tell you not to shake the building? Cute girls or no, I ain't letting you off. Your rent is going up.
くださいミスター・ブラウン。これは我がラボの仕業ではなく地震だ。俺の魔眼リーディングスタイナーがそう予知を。
Wait, Miss Brown, this isn't our doing. This is an actual earthquake. Magic Eye, Reading Steiner predicted it was happening.
死んだ。そんな私が通用すると
An earthquake, you think I'd fall for that? Shaking gets more intense, knocking over a CRT.
ブラウンカンちゃんが。
Front tube, no! Crap, I can't talk my way out of this. Look away, you bastard. Strong clearly wants to snap my neck like a twig, but he likes to protect his greatest treasure, 42-inch CRT instead. Grabs the remote, switches it off, grabs a hold of the TV, and hangs on for dear life. Oh, is it over? Looks like it. Wait, it's over. Carefully step through the rubble and take a remote from a dazed Mr. Braun's hand. I press the red button. Stare at the image on the screen and smile. What's wrong? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I've done it. I've done it. This is the lifter. So obvious. Why didn't I see it before? Aratana, hey, how you doing? Doing some Steins Gate? Of course, this must be the work of Steins Gate. It chose this moment for a reason.
岡部、何を笑ってやがる。うちの娘を怖がらせるな。あと、ブラウン管の弁償と家賃値上げだからな。
What the hell are you laughing about, Okabe? You're scaring my daughter, I'm raising your rent, you hear? And you're paying for that CRT.
少し静かにしていただきましょうかミスター・ブラウン。今まさに俺は時空の支配者。
A little silence, please, Mr. Braun. This is a glorious moment, for I have been chosen as ruler of all space and time. Muhahahahahaha. Oh, I'm sorry you're tired. I'm doing alright. I was actually a little tired myself earlier, and I just, kind of pushed through it. When I get through a little more of the Steins Gate, made it to chapter 5, so I'm gonna get closer to chapter 6. I love this story, so makes it easy. Doing more Apex Legends. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Good stuff. I've never played Phasma. It looks like fun. All I see is like most people getting killed doing it. I thought it was ghost busting, but it's really just identifying. Right? You have to identify what's in the house. And hopefully not get killed doing it. Yeah, I bet. Guillermo just got bonked. Stars explode behind my eyes as Mr. Ron drives his fist onto the top of my head. Roll spin, I struggle to get a hold of my shaken brain. You dare lay hands on the grate? Got something to say? Well then, Mr. Brown. Put it on my tab. Is that? I fly out of the workshop. I rub my head. It hurts like hell. Damn it, Mr. Ron. Did he really have to crack me so hard? Maybe I should report him for assault. Thanks to his brutality, I had to make a strategic retreat. Fortunately, I did not emerge empty-handed. The extra 10,000 yen a month will hurt, but in exchange, I require the 10,000 is $100. He raised his rent by $100. Sin, hey, how you doing? What you up to? In exchange, I've acquired information essential to my success of my plan. All's well that ends well. Okay, the building just shook. Are you okay? Hearing Kaiser appear to be in the second story window. Looks like you really are unkillable. Yeah, I've seen the future, Christina. In 3 minutes, you'll be on your knees praising my greatness. I don't think so. I run up the stairs. How could you miss something so obvious? About the 42-inch CRT downstairs, that was her first reaction. Why are you blaming me? Not blaming you, I'm just disappointed nobody, including myself, noticed. We missed the forest for the trees. To summarize, just now, the phone waved, names of change shook the building. The 42-inch CRT was on. When Mr. On turns the TV off, the shaking stopped immediately.
放電現象途中で強制的に
The discharge was interrupted.
念のためにバナナを入れておいたんだけどゼリーマンにはならなかった
Put a banana in just to be sure nothing happened. I'm glad we shouldn't waste food. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that you encountered somebody you didn't want to encounter. And I'm happy you got away. I'm glad we shouldn't waste food. Nobody replies to Miura's off-point statement. We're busy reading Catheray's tube on the internet. Doesn't take too long before we find out something interesting. Catherray tubes a component called an electric gun. She uses extreme heat, a strong electric field to accelerate electrons and turn them into a beam. The electron beam striking the TV, that's what generates the picture. The electron gun could certainly work as a lifter.
はい出たわね
We found the answer.
42型ブラウン管が放出している電子
The electrons emitted by the 42-inch CRT are holding the phone wave's black hole open. And the discharge phenomena is the result. So the reason we can't use the phone wave at night is because the Braun Tube workshop is closed. Braun Tube workshop doesn't have especially strict business hours, but it's usually open from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. That matches perfectly with my observation that the phone wave name subject change only works between noon and 6. A few instances that it hasn't worked during that time frame can be explained by the TV being off.
ブラウン管がそんなに強力な電子を放出しているとは
How can cathode ray tube emit such a strong electronic beam, strong electronic stream?
電子量は強ければいいというわけじゃない。そんな単純な問題ならセルンはとっくに問題を解決している。
It's not about having a strong electron stream. Stronger or better, CERN would have solved the lifter problem long ago. I see. So it can't be too strong or too weak. By freak coincidence, the 42-inch CRT electron gun appears to have exactly the right level of electron discharge. That's the only explanation.
まさに偶然の一致よ。ここには奇跡的にタイムマシン
Somehow the conditions
が揃っていた。
were perfect to create a time machine. Frankly, it's a miracle.
いいや違うなクリスティン
No, Christina, it's not a miracle.
すぐシュタインズゲー
This
ト
is the choice of Steins Gate. Rather than glare at me, as she has so many times in the past, Kirisu shoots me an exasperated smile.
なんだっていいけど。
Whatever it is, it worked. Ray looks up from her costume with a question in her eyes.
つまりね、スーパー電話レンジちゃんを完成させるためには
So what do we have to do to complete the super phone whip, John?
原因が究明できたなら恐れることはない。
Now that we found the cause, there's nothing left to hold us
あ
back.
の大きなブラウン管がついているとき、タイムリープが可能になるという解を導けると思う。
Because they conclude that time leaping is possible when and only when the television is on. I should probably test that, right? There's still a final check of the phone wave to do.
そうね。岡部、
You're right, okay.
もう一度下に行って、あの
Go downstairs and turn the TV back on.
クリスティーナよ。それは実に面白い冗談だな。それに対する俺の答えは
That's hilarious, Christina. Allow me to dub that.
ミッションエンポッシブルだ。
Mission impossible. I'm not going back down there. My head still hurts from the last time. Next time, I doubt I'll make it out alive.
いいから、さっさと行きなさいよ。
Whatever, just go already. Kirsty ordered me with a sour look. It's like I'm the assistant
あ
here.
んたならできるって。さっきだってすごい発見してきたでしょ。
If anyone can do it, it's you. You made an amazing discovery just now, didn't you?
お前、この俺を偉大なマッドサイエンティストだと認めているか？
Assistant mine, you finally recognize my greatness as a mad scientist.
いいえ。
No, well, damn it, that was harsh.
あ、しまった。おたたと頑張らせるなら、ここははいって言ってお
Oh,
くべ
whoops.
きだった。
I was supposed to be supposed to flatter him, so you feel like going, right?
というわけで、はい。
Yes, you're an amazing mad scientist.
遅いわ。
Hopefully in time. I think that I'm fortunate in the fact that the people who caused me harm and that I don't want to be around anymore, I am not around anymore. Like all of them. So, and the sad thing about it is it cost me a few people that I cared about and I liked, but I think it was worth it. Yep. So hopefully you get the same solace. It's too late.
リフターの代替装置が見つかったよ。
Anyway, now
タ
that
イム
we
リープマシン
found
は
the lifter,
99% 出来上がってる。
time leap machine is 99% complete. Kyo's exhaustion suddenly turns serious, and I can see the hunger in her eyes and the flash of excitement on her cheeks. She knows that we stand on the threshold of a new age in science, and she cannot resist the lure of the unknown. She's a true scientist, no doubt about it.
ラボの夢でしょ、タイムマシンは。
It's your dream, isn't it, to invent the time machine? Our dream. Never really thought of it that way. But she's right. My hands are shaking. Oh, my sweater is mom's spaghetti. Is that how that works? Arms are shaking. Oh. I got the lyrics all wrong. His palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater already. Mom's spaghetti. He's nervous. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity.
時空を意のままに操り、これまでの支配構造をぶち壊す。
I will become the undisputed Lord of Time. With that power, I will shatter the system and chaos will rule the
岡部、
Okabe. Kirisu interrupts my speech.
私は法王院じゃなくて岡部の意見が聞きたい。
I wasn't asking Hione Kiyoma. I was asking Okabe. She spears me with her gaze. I meet it head on. After a few moments, I feel my mouth curve into a smile. I'll do it. Leave it to me.
俺に任せる。
With that, I head downstairs. Cracked skull, an empty wallet, small price to pay for science. Kirisu and Daru send me off with applause for some reason. Mary is the only one who looks worried, but I pat her on the head in reassurance. When I get downstairs, Suzuha and Chipmunk are sitting side by side on the bench outside. Sup? He gives me a quick bow and then hides behind Suzuha. I'm shaking enough to put the boss in a bad mood. He and I are waiting it out. Damn, now I really don't want to go in there. Are you okay? Dad hit you pretty hard.
この世界遺産級の価値がある
I hope you know that my brain is more valuable than the Mona Lisa. Your father may have set humanity back 100 years by wiping out my brain cells. Such a regrettable loss. Tuzawa claps her hands together in solemn prayer. I'm not dead. Just my brain cells. Huh, I can't respawn. Chipmunk, what a gentle heart you have. Can't believe she's Mr. Ron's daughter. I suppose I should say some of the blame. Your father and I are even. He smiles, slightly at my words of comfort. Now then, part-time warrior, I have a request for you. I need you to distract Mr. Ron for about 5 seconds. His eyes start to shine. You mean seduce him? She flexes her biceps for some reason. Go on, touch it. She insists I poke at it. It's just as hard as her confidence suggests. She's probably stronger than me. I don't understand what flexing has to do with seduction. Nobody said anything about seduction. Doesn't matter how you do it. I'm not much of a warrior if I can't handle that. Besides, you said you'd help me search for my father, right? I'm only returning the favor. See, then I leave it in your capable hands. Okie dokie. Susaha, don't be mean to Daddy, okay? Don't worry, I won't be mean. Indeed. I wanted to complain that he's the one being mean, but I just said that we are even, so I refrain. Wait here, Nate. Chipmunk nods. We enter the store to find Mr. Ron cleaning up the pieces of broken CRT. Her eyes mean you can't have too many veins left. When you mean talking about the people that have done, bad stuff to me online, yeah, I have no contact with them whatsoever. Like none. An entire group of people that I hung out with online, I don't hang out with anymore because of it. I don't know where you meant in the game. Against Mr. Braun? Come to apologize. I'll listen. But your rent's going up, understand?
先ほどは失礼しました。こちらも気が動転していたので。
I am sorry about what happened. I overreacted.
謝罪の意も込めて我がラボを代表しここにいるアマネスハからミスター・ブラウンあなたにプレゼントを贈らせてもらう。
As a token of apology, my lab's representative, Ame Susaha, would like to present you with a gift.
店長活目せよ。
Boss, get ready. A vigorous shout, which in no way seems appropriate for this action. Susaha whips off her jacket and... Yeah. Throws it in Mr. Braun's face. Yoosh. You can see her bra. No wait, that's not a bra. It's a tight tank top that leaves her midriff bare. Yep, Susaha shows no sign of embarrassment as she rushes Mr. Braun. She slips behind him, grabs her coat, pulls it tight against his face. Not a chance. Now wait a second. Is this your idea of seduction? Looks like you're trying to suffocate him. Hurry. Mr. Braun's arms flail out as he tries to escape. Susaha's restraint. There's a huge difference in strength between the two. It's only a matter of time before he shakes Susaha off.
よくやった戦士よ。お前の英雄的行動に感謝する。
Oh, you're talking about Braun's daughter? Yeah, I don't want to be mean to Nay. Hold on, warrior. Your heroism will be remembered. Realizing that the only chance is to go for it is dash it to the counter, grab the remote, switch to 42-inch on CT. After that 2 seconds, an image appears on the giant screen. Same team, ceiling starts shaking. Kiryu activated the phone wave name subject change with perfect timing. Shaking again. Okabe Rentaro, what's going on? Did she really take off her clothes without knowing why? You're a lifesaver, part-time warrior. But you can keep him restrained for 10 more seconds. Turn down like escape from the store. Outside, he was following the earthquake drill procedure, crouching while protecting her head. Ignore that. Look up second floor. Exactly the same time Kiryu appears in the window, gives me a happy thumbs up. Second later, she blushes, shoots me a glare, and disappears inside as if nothing happened. What's with her attitude? I'm risking my life here. In any case, the experiment was a success. 42-inch CRT was the key as I suspected. Now how to explain this to Mr. Braun? I don't want him to kick us out of the building. Perhaps I shouldn't have left Susaha. Timidly peek into the store to gauge the situation.
ちょっと店長、私の服返してよ。
Come on, boss. Give me back my jacket. Susa's there, fidgeting with her tank top, and Mr. Braun glares down at her.
うっせえ。没収だ。
Shut up. I'm confiscating
この
this.
変態。
You pervert.
変態はおめえだろうが。いきなり脱ぎ出したと思ったら、服を俺の顔面に押し付けてく
You're
る
the pervert, throwing my shirt in my face like some kind of dancer. That was pretty kinky. Gotta remember to thank Okabe after I kill him.
レイとか言わないでくんないかな。キモい。
Kinky? Don't say things like that. It's gross. Yeah, it's very gross.
その格好で仕事しやがれ。へそだし、結構。
Anyway, you can work like that for the rest of the day. Go stand out front. Use that flat tummy of yours to attract customers.
つけるよ。
I'll tell you, I'll lean on you. Huh, who's she gonna believe, you or her old man?
そう。
Damn. No problems here. Suza's seduction strategy worked, I guess. Mr. Brown, what a guy. A little while later, I'm lying on the sofa watching high school baseball. Kumamoto and Achi are locked in a fierce struggle for the playoffs. Just then, clack clack, the sewing machine in the lounge suddenly stops.
おかりん、おかりん。ちょっと来て。
Okarin, can you come here? She motions to me while holding the costume. What does she want? I walk over to her.
持っててくれない。
Can you hold this for me? Spread it out like what? Mayushi says flap again. Flap. I got a flap.
もうやだこの変態。
Stop it already, for the nose is bleeding. Follow Mayuri's direction. Set the costume out by the sleeves. She inspected from a few paces away. It's hard to believe given her usual titsiness. Mayuri is very serious about her art. That's why cosplayers value her costume so highly. Costume I'm holding now is custom made for Lukaku. Thought Lukaku was against it, but I guess Yuri managed to persuade her.
ありがとう。
Okay, thanks. Yuri looks tired. She's been working all night. Ah! Thanks for the raid! Yay! Finished. I'm going to do this. Yay! There's an evil village, yay! was actually thinking about raiding you, Eddie. Hogwarts Legacy, yay! And look, I'm a raider too, yay! I raided myself, ooh, yay! How far did you get with the Resident Evil Village? Yep, I finished before Christian. We were racing.
負けたわまゆり。
You win, Mayuri. Congratulations. Damn you, assistant. She treats me and Daru like garbage, but Mayuri, she gets a sisterly touch.
でもこっちももう終わりよ。
Actually, I'm just about finished too. Kirisu connects the two cords she was holding.
完成。
Done. Celebration is in order. But nobody cheers. It's a tie. Man, I'm tired. I want Ferriston to comfort me. Honestly, I don't feel like cheering either. And it's not because I'm tired. We worked around the clock for 3 straight days, finishing the time leap machine. And now it is complete. I realize that part of me never truly believed it would happen. I feel my enthusiasm cooling rapidly, the fire quenched by one stark question. What do we do with it? Look at Kirisu. She too seems less enthused. She too seems less than enthused.
私たちひょっとするととんでもないも
We
の
may have created a monster here. Looks the improved from wave name subject to change again. And the biggest change is the headgear attached to the X68000. Looks like something out of a low budget cyberpunk movie. Fortunately, we don't need nerve jacks or bling clips for it to work. Just put it on and let the sensors do the rest.
とりあえず正式名称を決めよう
Why don't we decide what to call it first?
Heavenly Express.
I vote Heavenly Express. Phone Wave 3rd edition, version 1.0.
帽子付き電話レンジちゃん
Silly Hat Phone Wave-chan. No consensus.
あんたたちって本当に能天気
You guys have too much free time.
クリスティーナは危険か
Does this mean that you're abstaining from the vote?
タイムリープマシン
Time Leap Machine? That's terrible.
何よ
Come on, simple is best, right?
シンプルイズベストでしょ
I mean, that's what Okabe's been calling it for the past 2 days.
助手はネーミングセンスゼロだよ
Looks like my assistant has 0 naming sense.
中二病丸出しのあんたに言われたくない
Chuninobu. I want to hear that from a Chuninobu. I've said that wrong again. I'm never going to get this name right. Head case like you. Ho ho! Mizuki knows the word Chuninobu. I sense your otaku level is quite high.
たまたまだから勘違いしないで
I heard it from a friend. I have no idea where it comes from. Huh, bold-faced lie. She should just confess to being a net channeler. Jersey meets migraine with an icy
さ
glare.
ゆり最終決定権者としてどれか一つ選んで
It's up to you, Mayuri. Choose one. Whenever the lab is divided on a name, the right to decide belongs to Mayuri.
タイムリープマシンがいいと思います
I think Time Leap Machine is fine.
帽子付き電話レンジちゃんとねすごく迷ったけど
Silly Headphone Wave Chan is super close though. Somehow I knew she'd say
だ
that.
から言ったでしょシンプルイズベストだマユリは
Like I said, simple is best. Mayuri gets it. Ugh. Hee. I want to object, but it's the unwritten rule not to complain once Mayuri's made a decision.
タイムリープ
Very well, time leap machine it is.
助手全員に分かるようにこのタイムリープマシンの
Assistant, explain for all of us how the time leap machine works. I know the basics, but I want to hear the details. I can't remember if the anime actually brings up the time leap machine. Or if they just start right away with the him going back.
一言で言うとこれは記憶をデータ化してリング得意点を通過させ過去へ飛ばす装置
Charge the device converts memories to data and then sends them to the
電話レ
past.
ンジには偶然にもタイターが語ったタイムマシンとほぼ同じ機能が備えられていた
This again wasn't what we all know, By a freak coincidence, the phone wave is able to produce a ring of singularities, much like John Tudor time machine.
生み出されたリング特異点の超重力を安
The ring
定させ
singularities
裸にす
is
る
made naked.
電子注入装置リフ
In
タ
our
ー
case, by 42-inch
配下の
CRT
47
downstairs.
リング特異点を生み出しそのトンネルを通って過去へと36バイトプラスアルファのデータを転送することができる局所がしてつまり過去にどこへ到達するかについては
Saying it's time.
利用した
They're saying it's time. I'm gonna go feed my monsters. Yep. Not that. Be right back. Thank you for being here. Yeah, it's time. Signal can only be received by phone, and while it does limit the range affected, it also removes the element of uncertainty from the equation.
E メールと違って今回は電話をかける形にしたからメールアドレスじゃなくて電話番号によって局所が指定することに。
Unlike emails, the memory data is sent in the form of phone call. So we'll be using the phone number, not the email address, to set the destination. She explains the basics. Next, she'll explain the modifications. She may turn the phone wave name subject to change into a time leap
電
machine.
話レンジには新たにヘッドギアを接続した。
That's pretty basic. Phone wave is now has headgear attached.
これによって側頭葉、正確に言うと海馬の
Into
CA3
the
に蓄
hippocampus.
積されている記憶の神経パルスパターンを操作す
Memory
る。
is restored
その解析データは VR 技
using
術を用い
biotechnology,
神経パルス信号から電気信号へ
not
と
virtual
変換し
reality.
データ化される。
We encode the nerve impulses into electrical signal data. Comes out approximately 3.2 terabytes. 3.24 terabytes is less than expected. Talking about the entirety of a person's memory. Now that's what I didn't understand that they were doing. Oh, I forgot to say it was back. Talking about the entirety of a person's
ち
memory.
なみにこのデータにはあらかじめ次元式のデコードプロ
So
グラ
the
ムが
data decodes automatically after a certain amount of
これ
time.
はプログラムに詳しい人なら
Neural vision program can do this.
橋田に
And
プログラ
Paddy
ムを
makes the code.
この電気信号データを
You send
ネッ
memory
トを通
data
してフランスにある
3net
セ
to
ル
the
LHC
LHC in France. Julian has a direct line to CERN for some reason. So we can transfer data at insanely high speeds.
3.24テラのデータを転送するのにかか
How
る
long does it take to send 3.24 terabytes of data? We have 64 direct lines in parallel. So we send 64 parts. Should upload in about 45 seconds. That's pretty fast.
LHC
Yeah,
を分
that's
割装置
insanely fast.
ミニブラックホールを作ったらその周辺で生み出される超重力による無限圧縮を利用してデータを
Hijack
36バイトまで圧縮する。
LHC create a mini black hole, use that black hole supergravity to compress the data into 36 bytes. Three terabytes is about 3 trillion bytes compressed into just 36 bytes. It's one hell of a
圧縮
squeeze.
にも時間がかかる。
Will the compression take long? It's practically instantaneous, 23 milliseconds or thereafter. We're using a black hole after all, and then to
ちなみに
transfer
ファイナル
back
データの超圧縮はミニブラックホール周辺のみよく
even faster.
そこから離れた解凍までにかかる時間も圧縮時と同じ
This too takes 23 milliseconds. Yeah. Have to make it back to the phone wave within that window. It's only 36 bytes. Shouldn't be a problem.
続けて。
タイムリープマシン側では
While the data is
起
being
動と同
compressed,
時にハーブラック
we
ホー
use
ル
the phone
効
wave
果
to
が発生
generate
する
recurrent singularity
リングとクイックが
discharge phenomena
放電現象が
into
発生したら
36 bytes of data and patch it in,
36リングとクイ店内を通り抜けさせる。
and then send that to the
この
past.
辺は電話レンジとやることは同じ。
This part, it's just like
デ
email.
ータはタイマーに入力しておいた時間分を遡り、過
Data
去の
travels to
携
a
帯電話に
specific time where it arrives at the recipient's
リン
phone.
グとクイ店を通り抜けて過去の携帯電
For
話に
now,
到達する頃には
23 milliseconds should have passed, so the data will be fully decompressed.
解凍と同時に
You're using a black hole to compress data.
電気信号から神経パルス信号に落とす。
Mini black hole. So you can make a micro black hole. Next to decoding data, converting the data back into nerve impulse
受信先の
signals.
携帯電話に到達すると
Signals are discharged from the phone's earpiece
総
at
和口は
approximately 0.02 amperes. Pretty weak charge.
携帯電話や耳
Recipient
に
has the phone to his ear. It should go straight into his brain, assuming he answers his phone.
出なければ記憶の転送は失
If
敗
he doesn't, the transfer fails. We lose
この
nothing
場合
but
は特に
copy
何も
of
ないわ
the memory data. Why a phone call instead of an
携
email?
帯電話が受信者のこめかみ
Because we need the recipient to put the phone to his ear, otherwise the signal won't
振り込みやすくなる
reach his temporal lobe. She indicates the side of her head.
人間のこめかみ周辺には大脳前頭葉と
Near the
大脳
frontal lobe.
側頭葉が位置しているので
Explaining forward, the hippocampus where the memories are stored.
側頭葉
Inside
は
the temporal
そ
lobe.
こに送信者の全記憶
Phone
の
sends out an
塊が
electrical impulse that passes through temporal
携帯電話に放射される
lobe into the hippocampus, overriding the recipient's memories.
同時に携帯電話からは前頭葉を刺激する
Blue!
神経パルス信号も出すが
Hey, thanks for joining me. We are learning how to time leap. We're we're using black holes to compress an entirety of a person's memory, which is 3 point something terabytes of information. We're compressing that into 64 bytes of memory, and we're going to send that back into the past, and we're going to make time travel possible. We're going to re-upload the memory from the past into, we're going to reload the memory from the future into the past and make time travel possible. How about that?
前頭葉から側頭葉へは
Remember, that's the frontal lobe that is responsible for sending and retrieving signals to that frontal
記
lobe.
憶を思い出すと
This is how you
前
remember
頭葉を
things.
刺激する神経パルスを放
By
射する
stimulating the frontal lobe, we force it to send and retrieve signals
意
key
図的に発信
to
する
new data memory.
これによって
And because it's the person who's answering the
受
phone's
信者に強制的に思
memory,
い出させるという作
your
用
brain doesn't see anything wrong or off by the memory, even though it has newer memories in it.
未来の記憶を
Which of course they are, or will be in the
それ
future.
に必要な時間は1秒に満
This
たない
happens in less than a second.
結果受信者は
2 milliseconds
同
again.
じ記憶を持つ状
The
態で
recipient has the same memories as the sender. The time leap is complete.
例えば送信者と受信者の時間差が
Data came back from
受信者は
If the data came back from a week in the future, the recipient will remember
思い
that
出
week
すこと
as if he experienced it firsthand.
注意すべきなのは意識や人格は転送しないということその2つは受信者に依存する
You need to be aware of the consciousness and personalities aren't transferred. Both those depend on the recipient. So your consciousness and your personality in a week's time probably doesn't change very much. But if you have all of the experiences without consciousness or personality, even because of slight change, it's going to be hard to rectify, and it will mess with your brain. So madness will be part of this. Even one transfer will probably induce madness. Explain it with boobs. Boobs? Kirisu dissolves into blushing, stammering mess. Looks up to me to answer Daru's question. Not with boobs, obviously. Let's say we send your memory back to you in grade school. Right now you're some kind of omnisexual pervert who thinks inanimate objects are hot. But in elementary school you were still an innocent child. was a boring little bastard who did nothing but study. What of it?
つまり記憶は
Basically, that little bastard will suddenly have all your perverted memories,
人格は
but his personality won't change.
見た目は子供頭脳は大人名探偵は成立しないという
It's not like you'll become that famous anime detective with the looks of a child and the brains of an adult. What? That sucks. This isn't like time leaping you see in sci-fi novels. It isn't? You aren't capable of transferring personality and consciousness. They make sure that beat us over the head with that.
えっと
Since you
ブラ
need
ックホールとホワイトホール
phone to receive the signal, you can only send memories
自分が携帯を持って
to
いる
times
範囲内
that you had one.
注意すべきなのは
I also need to make sure that the sender and the recipient are the same person.
過去の自分で
Someone besides yourself, your parents, your friend, for instance, answers your phone, and the nerve ends will be projected into their brains instead.
そうなると親や友達の体に送
If
信
that happens, your memories could overwrite theirs, which could obviously cause some serious damage to their psyche.
重大な人格障害が起きるかもしれない
Yeah. Ugh. Kirsty ends her explanation and takes a short breath. The lab falls into silence. Boom, we have a moment of silence for the time leap machine and the phone wave, name subject to change. I exchange glance with Kirsty and Dara. I look at Mary, but her expression is blank. Guess it was too complicated for her. So? Clear my throat. It's time for the $1,000,000 question. What do we do with it? Do with what?
リープマシンの扱いについて
The time leap machine, of course. What do we do with it? For once, my assistant has nothing to say. I know that she fears we've created a monster. Honestly, I feel the same way. After a few moments, Kirsty finally speaks.
私たちの手に負える代物じゃないのは確かだ一番無難なのは研究機関に譲渡して国家プロジェクト扱いにしてもらう
It's too much for us to handle, that's for sure. Safest thing would be to hand it over to the government for professional research. Yeah, so they can kill a bunch of people like they jellified those other scientists. Yeah, let's do that. I think she's not pleased to have reached this conclusion. She obviously would prefer to do the experiment with this technology. After all, it's humanity's first time machine. We've finally taken our first step towards godhood. Now, one of the things that, if you haven't guessed what's going to happen, one of the interesting things, and I hope that when it starts happening, I take a moment like this to talk about it, is that because he is going back in time, all the memories that he has here are all being transferred a week into a past. It's the reason why time isn't moving forward and how he's able to save Miyuri, save Karasu, save Lukako. It's how he's able to save everybody And that's what he wants to do. Even save Mocha. Possibly Mr. Braun. But it's how he's able to do it. He's actually not moving forward in time anymore. He's actually reliving the same time period over and over and over again until he can fix it. And all of those memories. So let's you think like years are going to be stored in his head of memories without him aging. It's very, if you think about it, it's a very dangerous machine to be even messing with once. Sure, the nations in the world would pay billions just for one look at our machine. Possibility that represents are limitless. The other thing that this creates like a groundhog situation. Even though that was one day, I mean, you could travel back in time one day. But yeah, things like what happened with Bill Murray and Groundhog are things that would happen. And if you can set it so that he sends those memories back each time. Which makes it easier to make the corrections that he wants. Mayushi doesn't get it. That's because you didn't work on it, Mayushi. Alright,
岡部の意見ちなみに法王院じゃなくて岡部の意見ね
What about you, Okabe? I mean you, not Hiro and Kiyoma. I agree with you, Karasu. The time leap machine is dangerous. On the other hand, I want to experiment. State my honest feelings. Kirasu gasped. There are still questions we need to answer. This is unknown territory, not just for us, but for all humanity. Who will time leap? And when somebody time leaps, they could time leap multiple times. They could be the one time leaping every single time. Look at each of the lab members in turn. Tara quickly looks away. Ryu's expressionless as brain. Kiryu stares right back at me.
誰って決めるのは難しい
It's a hard choice. I'll pass. And a single person here wants the honor of being the first time traveler being history's first time traveler. Everyone except Mary is probably thinking about what could go wrong. What if the time leap were to fail?
シルンのタイムマシンみたいに
It's not like CERN's time machine. Possibility of becoming a jelly man is 0.
このマシンで送るのはデータであって実物じゃないんだ
Machine sends data, not the real thing.
タイムリープに対する先入観にとらわれない
Don't let your preconceptions influence your decision.
まるで意識そのものをカット&ペーストするように思われるかもしれないけど
You might say it's like cutting and paste of your brain.
そうじゃなくてあくまでもコピー&ペーストなんだ
Yeah, it is a copy pasta. And it's not only just a copy pasta of the brain, it is a lot of useless things in your frontal lobe, and things that you take for granted also in there with the memories that you want to transfer. Like how to ride a bike or drive a car, how to eat with a fork or chopsticks. You know, all that stuff is there in your memory that they're downloading. And when they copy pasta that into your brain, even though only a week worth of information is the only thing that's changed, everything is being overwritten all at once. It's not selectively adding in the stuff that when you move a folder with all the same information on it and you blend it to, you move it into another folder with all that same information, and it comes up with, you want to copy over this, you can't say, oh no, it's just going to copy over all of it. And if it's corrupted, the corrupted copy is going to copy over it. So that's the problem. The original doesn't get erased. It's very easy to understand example. But that's not the problem. Time flows in a straight line from past to present to future. At least that's what most humans see it as. This raises several questions. What if there's an error somewhere in the data itself? Yeah, and it gets fractionalized. Boom, that's the question. Say I send my memory an hour into the past. It would be replaced by fractionalized data. In other words, data is filled with tiny holes. Couldn't that cause memory loss? I suppose. 1 hour later, we arrive once again at the present, at that time. The me who lost his memories an hour ago, and the current me conflicted in my brain. Which data set survives? Logically, the present should change as soon as you send your memories to the past. Conflicted current me disappears then. So then it's not a copy paste after all, is it? I don't know. No one's ever experienced time travel before. When we send emails, the world is reconstructed based on the change we made to the past. I'm the only one aware of it, however. We don't know what happens to you when you time leap. It's the many worlds interpretation, like Tito said. In the instant you time leap, it creates two possibilities. One where you shift to another world line, and the one where you travel back in time to the same world line. Which would allow you to meet yourself, which would allow you to, all those things that they said don't do. Instantly become possible. Of course, there must be a world line where the current doesn't disappear. That would likely correspond to the present that we are experiencing right now. Huh? That's only if the many world interpretation holds in the first place.
タイカーの言うことを信じ
Thought you didn't believe what Titter had to say.
可能性の話をしている。タイタンはこの際どうでもいい。
Talking hypothetically, Titter doesn't matter right
コ
now.
ペンハーゲン解釈なら、あらゆる状態が波動関数として空間に広がっていることになる。そして観測者が観測した瞬間、どちらかの状態が収束する。
It's Copenhagen interpretation, and every possibility state propagates through space as a wave function. When a particular state is observed, the remaining states collapse, and the state is fixed. Yeah, I don't like the Copenhagen interpretation. I don't think it works. And because no matter how you look at it, the fix will always be to stop the time traveler from time traveling in the first place. But I think the idea that you're connected, this timeline that they're currently living in, even though they've done D-mails, has no observable time travelers. I mean, obviously Susaha, but we'll get into that later. But has no observable time travelers to their knowledge. But there could be thousands of time travelers, that have created this, basically you created this world from whatever world that they came from. Well, one of them did that. One of them created this world where multiple time travelers could come into. And allows for Kiyomo's or Okabe's experiments to actually flourish and to actually exist. This will never be our timeline or this world's timeline. So somewhere in the universe, which is why I don't like the Copenhagen interpretation, but somewhere in the universe, Steins Gate, exists not as an anime, but as a real thing, and that's a multi-universe belief. That no matter what they do, they're just entering a new world. That new world already existed because, they've always gone back in time. I'm also under the belief that time travel doesn't require a lot of power, doesn't require a lot of building and creating to time travel. That time travel is natural. You just have to basically either have the chemicals in your brain to tap into it, or manufacture the chemicals in your brain to the preciseness to be able to time travel without a machine, without anything like that, and beyond your own lifespan. Precise observation is impossible. Problem with the observers in this case, wouldn't it be a third party like me or Mayushi?
そうと
Not necessarily. It might be me.
それ以外に誰か
It might be someone else. It could even be God. To begin with, the Copenhagen interpretation and the many worlds interpretation, both microscale theories used to explain quantum interactions. No one knows whether they can be applied to humans or to the world at large. It has to be both. What about my personal experience with reading Steiner? Reading Steiner is some sort of power. I think then the world line model is correct. In the end, we arrive at the question, where is the self? The machine only sends back memory, that I guarantee. And the present be reconstructed at the moment of transfer. I think it's funny that he puts the phone to his ear all the time. Makes sense where the emails are concerned. When we send an email, we're obviously interfering in past events. You know what? It's seeing Karasu dead might have been a memory, and all the memories that he had up until that point, you know, might have been a memory infused in his brain to when he woke up from wherever he was there on an empty street. I had always thought that it was the time machine that crashed into the building that caused it. But it could have been something just as simple as the reverberation of the time machine. This first time that they're attempting to do it, reverberated to the first cause. Whether the muse suddenly remembers 1 hour into the future will, in fact, changing the past is something that we can't know until it happens. I'm getting confused. Sounds like we're talking about souls. Isn't that a religious question? Wait, you guys are misunderstanding something. 1 hour isn't enough for your personality change. You should be the same person 1 hour ago that you are now. The only difference is you'll have 1 hour extra. You'll have an extra hour worth of memories. Oh, I can't. Nobody's tried it before. Personality consciousness be strictly divine. So it's hard to imagine what will happen. So which is it? We don't know. We can't argue the theory all we want. But in the end, we can only guess. And you end up shattering preconception scientists and philosophers have held for centuries. We don't know until we try. That pretty much sums it up. To make matters worse, the subject must prepare to risk damage to their psyche. Kirisu, Daru, and I say no more. We can't solve this problem. This is our limit as scientists. But we haven't accomplished enough already. Time Loop Machine itself is worthy of a Nobel Prize. We could sell this technology for billions if we choose so. If we go public with the Time Loop Machine, we could break Stern's monopoly on time travel technology. That's enough. It has to be. Hey. Here he's been observing this discussion with glassy eyes opens her mouth to speak. I have an idea. Why don't we make the banana time leap instead? Oh, me, Yuri. Bananas don't have brains like people do. Oh, you need a brain? Yuri never changes. The atmosphere in the room gets a little more relaxed. Let's not experiment. We'll entrust the Time Leap Machine to a suitable research institution, then we'll announce it to the world. Thanks to lightening the mood, finally say what was on my mind. Neither Kurisu nor Daru objects. No one has touched the Time Leap Machine since the discussion. Ridiculous as it sounds, I cannot shake the feeling that maybe gets stuck in my memory and fling them into the past. The machine does have its appeal, of course. We're all tempted at the idea of becoming humans' first time leapers. Is a fear of what could happen won out in the end. Everyone feels the need to let loose after working so hard on the project. I have Daru order pizza while Kurisu and I go shopping for snacks. Why have we always had a lack of supermarkets? That hasn't changed even when the anime stores are gone. We're in a shopping Jersey, I walk on the evening streets. She looks as if she's got something to say. She keeps stealing glances at me. Are you upset? Upset. Sounds like she didn't expect that question. Finally, she faces this way. About her decision not to attempt a time leap experiment.
まさか
No, I'm not upset.
人間は根源的に時間的存在者
Humans
で
are temporal
ハイ
beings.
デガーの言葉よ。
It's a Heidegger quote.
あんたが実験をしないと決めてくれた時、私はむしろ
Factory relieved when you made the decision not to use
誰
the
かそういう
machine.
人がいてくれなかったら、私は歯止めが効かなくなってたかも。
Haven't been there. Might not have been able to stop myself. Thank you. What's this, gratitude? Does she have a fever? My hand to her forehead to check. Fiercely twitches.
おい、何してる？
Oh, what are you doing?
熱があるそうだ。助手らしいことを言う
Talking to you like an assistant for a change. I thought you might have a fever. Drop my hand.
別にあんたに感謝してるわけじゃないからな。
Not grateful to you or anything, okay? Voice is louder than it should be, and several people glance over at us. Okay. Voice is louder than it should be. And so Virgo glance at us. Kirsty blushes and hangs her head. If Dara were here, you'd probably get all excited and say, real Cinderella, sweet.
とにかく
I'm gonna call it. I don't know Jesus VTuber. We're gonna raid. I'm not big on people who either use their own religious beliefs or use other people's religious beliefs in kind of a mocking fashion. But we can do it. That's what I have that redeemed for. We will definitely check them out. Thanks, Josh. Appreciate that.